Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Kofi Apenteng, and it's my privilege to serve as president of the Africa America Institute. Greetings from Accra, Ghana. The Africa America Institute, or AAI, is now celebrating its 68th year of work. Among its principal co-founders were three African Americans: Horace Mann Bond, the first African American president of Lincoln University; William Leo Hansberry, who is credited with creating the first college-level course on African history in the USA in the 1920s; and Henrietta Van Noy, whose administrative skills and dedication to students were invaluable in translating the vision of Bond and Hansberry into reality. We've had a little bit of a journey to get here. About 4 years ago, as part of a strategy review, we commissioned our President Emerita, Maura McLean, to do some research on some of our past programs. Her research detailed the many successes of the School Services Program, which ran from the late 1960s to the late 1970s, principally with support from the Carnegie Corporation. The program served as a resource for school districts, teachers, principals, and professional associations involved in designing K-12 curricula. We saw that much work still needed to be done to infuse scholarly, unbiased knowledge about Africa and its worldwide diaspora. We also saw an opportunity to not only eliminate the harmful practice of introducing Africa and its worldwide diaspora to students solely through lenses of European domination, such as slavery and colonialism, but also add greater emphasis to skilled pedagogy and student achievement to a new relaunched program. When the pandemic struck, we all had to work remotely, and we decided to refocus our efforts on relaunching an expanded school services program in the United States. Then the murder of George Floyd and the resulting trauma to all of us, especially our young people, convinced us that we needed to accelerate our efforts. Before I hand over to Maura, who will tell us more about today's program, there are a couple of housekeeping matters. At the bottom of your screen, there is a Q&A button. We encourage all attendees to post questions there for each of the speakers during their segments. Follow us on social media at AAI Africa and join the conversation with the hashtag SOE2021. I'd now like to introduce you to our President Emerita and Organizational Historian, Maura McLean.
Thank you, Kofi, for the welcome and for your leadership in steering AAI in an exciting new direction. Greetings, everyone. We're excited and deeply grateful that you've chosen to spend your time with us today. Before moving on to the program, I want to say to all the students in the audience, we hope you will come away from this conference with new insights and lots of questions to explore further. Nothing we say today should be taken as the last word, except these three things. You are beautiful, you are brilliant, and the more truthful and unbiased knowledge that you can acquire, the greater will be the source of your power. To all the educators in the audience, we need you now more than ever. And we hope that you will be re-energized and reassured of how much we value and want to be supportive of your work with students, especially in the current environment in the United States and in countries in Europe. And to everyone in the audience, while today's focus is on teaching about Africa in the United States, our goal is to offer everyone something that you can learn from and use, whether you happen to be in the US or in countries on the African continent or anywhere else in the world. Now, a few words about our theme, teaching Africa in the world. While the reference to teaching refers to the vocation of improving and spreading knowledge, the phrase Africa in the world is inspired by W.E.B. Du Bois's 1947 classic titled The World and Africa, an inquiry into the part which Africa has played in world history. In the book's introduction, Du Bois describes the enormous conceit that led the world to be shocked by the collapse of Europe after World War II. He wrote, and I quote, "We have long believed, without argument or reflection, that the cultural status of the people of Europe and of North America represented not only the best civilization which the world has ever known, but also a goal of human effort destined to go on from triumph to triumph until the perfect accomplishment was reached. Our present nervous breakdown, nameless fear, and often despair comes from the sudden facing of this faith with calamity," unquote. Du Bois went on to challenge the dominant powers to fundamentally shift their mindset. He said, quote, "The habit, long fostered, for forgetting and detracting from the thoughts and acts of the people of Africa is not only a direct cause of our present plight, but will continue to cause trouble until we face the facts," unquote. The climate of fear and despair that Du Bois described resonates with what many of us are experiencing today. He called out the United States and Europe for being both disingenuous and short-sighted in their ways of thinking about and dealing with Africa and people of African descent, ways that are strikingly similar to the conventional thinking and behavior of the same dominant powers today. The goal of this conference is not to provide a comprehensive analysis of Africa's truly historic role in the creation of the modern world. To do justice to this in 4 hours would be impossible. Moreover, the challenge that we confront is a global one. For instance, at last year's conference, we learned about how Kenyan elementary and secondary school educators are working to eradicate the effects of an inherited British colonial curriculum that has long prevented Kenyan children in Kenya from learning about African history. Today's conference is necessarily part of a broader, long-term exploration. During the first half of today, our goal is to do 3 things. First, to explore how the challenge is not only to offer students alternative histories and narratives about Africa, we also need to critically analyze and help students critically analyze how insidiously the erasure and distortion of Africa and the denigration of Blackness have shaped our ideas about antiquity and about civilization and so much else. Second, we'll get a glimpse of how a new generation of African and African descendant scholars are actively doing the work of recovering knowledge about Africa from antiquity to the present. And we'll learn from several of these young scholars about what inspired them to take up this challenge from the time they were students in K through 12. Third, again pivoting from Du Bois's sage observations, we'll explore how assumptions about racial hierarchy and the presumed inferiority of Africa inspired the creation of the field of international relations. We'll see how members of the African diaspora, in collaboration with Africans, worked to discredit the framework we've been saddled with till today. The idea that Europe and the United States are the so-called developed world in possession of all the attributes that the so-called undeveloped world, especially including Africa, should emulate. Moving on to the second half of the program, we'll pull up our sleeves and explore some practical ways that elementary and secondary school educators, with support from caring communities, can both infuse Africa and its worldwide diaspora into K-12 curricula and classroom instruction, and support student achievement. All right, and now it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Lyra Monteiro. Dr. Monteiro is assistant professor in the Department of History and Graduate Programs in American Studies, and affiliate faculty member in the Department of African American and African Studies at Rutgers University, Newark. As an interdisciplinary scholar, her work explores how the architects of the new United States drew inspiration from a mythologized conception of classical antiquity that purposefully excluded Africa and denigrated Blackness. Dr. Monteiro also directs the Museum on Site, a public humanities art project that aims to help people understand their worlds through site-specific, free public experiences that share ideas and information in accessible and stimulating ways. She is the author of numerous articles and essays, including Race-Conscious Casting and the Erasure of the Black Past in Lin-Manuel's Miranda Hamilton. And this essay calls upon us to view the celebrated musical with a critical eye, even as we appreciate it as a work of art. Professor Monteiro's current book project is Liberation Archaeology, which introduces an anti-oppressive, trauma-informed approach to the past, specifically designed for people of color in the United States, and guides them through an excavation of the many layers of colonialism, white racial classicism, and empire that have shaped them and their worlds. Dr. Monteiro, a warm welcome to you. We are so pleased and excited to have you guide us in thinking about historical memory and the exclusion of Africa and Blackness from the classics and Western civilization.
Thank you so much, Maura. And thanks also to the Africa America Institute for inviting me to be part of this conference today. Obviously, these are incredibly important topics, as Kofi said in his introduction, particularly for this moment, but really for every moment. I just think that this is a time when there's a lot more openness on the part of people who might not otherwise have seen the really dire necessity of addressing the ways that we think not just about Africa, but also about the past in Africa, in the United States, and in the world as a whole. And even though I'm joining you today in this disembodied Zoom space, I myself and my body, I am currently on Lenape and Canarsie land. You've heard these land acknowledgements before a lot these days. You've probably said them yourselves, many of you, talking about the traditional lands of, the historical territory of, the unceded lands of, the stolen lands of, the lands once inhabited by, right? And I just want to point out that all of these kinds of references are themselves exactly the kind of thing I'm going to be talking about today, in the way that they point to two different realities. They point to the past, implied or explicitly. You know, this is the traditional lands of, that's a reference to, you know, tradition and to the past. And also to the here-ness of that land acknowledgement. It's about place. It's about where you're located right now, where I'm located right now. And of course, you know, the land that I'm on, right? This land here, the people who are here have largely been displaced by thousands of actions, large and small, undertaken by European settlers, undertaken later by Americans. And the simplicity of these past claims, right, that assert a past relationship to land is part of their power. and as is the seamless connection between these land acknowledgements and the land back movement. Historical memory and claims related to the past have been and also remain essential to the perpetrators of settler colonialism. It is no coincidence that historical societies were often formed by white settlers even prior to statehood, particularly for those of you who are in more Western states. You know, it's worth looking this up and looking at this timing and this process. They engaged there in the work of collecting and of narrating the white past into the lands that they claimed to be empty and kind of waiting for them to come and create the stories there, the historical narratives there. We in the present never engage with the past in an unmediated way. I'm going to start out just by sharing briefly 3 important points that I want to think as kind of framing what I'll be talking about today. The first is related to what I've just said, right? That our engagements with the past are never unmediated, and specifically, they are always shaped by power. Whether that is about power that we already have as a group or power that we desire to have. The second is that all of us, including our young people, encounter the historical narratives of the powerful in hundreds of overlooked ways as part of our everyday lives. And the third is that within the context of the United States, these encounters with white racial heritage narratives are extremely damaging, especially to young people of color. And before I jump into the conversation in detail, I want to again step away from the disembodiedness of being on Zoom and acknowledge not just the location of my body, but also your bodies, right? And the trauma that's going to be embedded in the material that I am discussing today. There will be parts of my talk that will share concepts, words, images, ideologies that are designed to dehumanize some of the people who are watching this. Particularly if you're Black, Indigenous, or a person of color with roots beyond US territorial boundaries. I invite you to do whatever you need to do to stay grounded today and to step away from this talk if that's what you need. The talk's being recorded. You can always come back and finish it later. You know your body. You know what you need. Breathing, always a good practice, just as a reminder. Other ways that you have to ground yourself, traditional healing practices, invoking your ancestors, bringing along your gods, whatever it is you need right now, do it. And I make a point of saying this because academia really fosters a kind of clinical detachment that is itself a form of colonial violence, and one that contributes to the flourishing of white men in academia at the expense of other people, right? At the expense of bodies that are race and gendered differently. So in the interest of making it possible for everyone to access the content of this talk as much and as deeply as possible, I do encourage you to also pay attention to and take care of your own personal needs, because a lot of this material is very personal. With that said, I want to talk a little bit briefly about these terms that are partly in the title of this talk. You may have seen elsewhere. You know, historical memory being one of them, collective memory, social memory we talk about. The term memory in these contexts isn't necessarily about saying, oh, it's false, oh, it's not true, right? But rather it's referring to a practice and a process that anthropologists have found to be pretty widespread, in fact, fairly universal among social identity groups, which is to create and then rely upon origin stories. And those origin stories serve to define who is and who is not a member of that group, as well as I mentioned previously, right, to justify the power that a group holds or that it desires to hold. The more successful that the origin story is, the more it just becomes part of everyday life, right, to the members of that group. And the more that they take it for granted, the less they question it, or even frankly notice that it's there at all. In the case of hegemonic cultures like that of white America, true success lies in how these narratives are also internalized by the same people of color that they are designed to oppress. Both individual and collective memories are always a process, a product of a process of selection, in which some aspects of the past are remembered as significant and others are actively forgotten. And that process is always one related to power. But again, it is not necessarily one related to, kind of just making things up out of nothing, right? About the past, or telling lies necessarily about the past. And furthermore, when we think specifically about the United States, the stories that form the core of the national memory of the United States, those which constitute the white racial heritage narratives that I'll be discussing throughout this talk, function to preserve white power both by encouraging and lifting up the white people who encounter these narratives from childhood and throughout the rest of their lives, but also through inflicting historical trauma on those who are not white, also from childhood and throughout the rest of their lives. So groups that are social groups that are grounded in an idea that they're somehow connected or united by blood, and this includes, ethnic groups, racial groups, and national identities as well. For these kinds of groups, these origin stories take on a very special kind of importance, as their pastness becomes important because they represent ancestors, whether literal ancestors or metaphorical ancestors, who are seen to have the same qualities, the same values, the same strengths, the same entitlements as the groups that these later social groups claim descent from. And that really is very much something that we see to be the case, not just in the United States, but really in widely spread ways. One way to think about this is that, just kind of the idea of, if for thinking particularly about race, for example, and that concept as it developed in the United States, since the idea of race is about the unchanging, just like divorced from time, divorced from anything else, superiority of the white race, that kind of requires that the white race was superior in the past too, right? That it's always been exactly the same thing. And, the idea that white blood, quote unquote, was something that was this, grantor of superior ability, superior intelligence, artistic, et cetera, in the past, then it must be so present as well, right? And that plays out on a number of levels and within a number of pasts, and creates in order to create a series of narratives that then become really, kind of gospel for a given group, or a given racial group, a given ethnic group, or a given national group. However, those narratives are always pretty vulnerable, right? Because again, they're partial stories, and they're stories that are about a particular group having power. And therefore they're extremely important, but also extremely vulnerable. Hence, there is a lot of policing that must take place of these pasts in order to protect them and protect their sanctity. Now, a lot of the times we don't even notice this policing because, again, the pasts are they're everywhere. They're just around us all the time. We don't even notice them. We don't even think about them. So we can see the policing happening most often in situations when that particular past is threatened, right? So in the case of Martin Bernal's 1987 book, Black Athena, and the response to that, right, that he would dare to suggest that there would be any Eastern, any Asian, any African influences on the ancient Greeks and Romans and their glory, was met with extreme resistance, both within the academy and outside of it. Another example that is playing out right now, and some of you may have really direct firsthand experience with this, is the ferocity of the very highly racialized resistance to Nicole Hannah-Jones's alternative origin story for the United States through the 1619 Project of the New York Times. And this resistance, of course, has shown up in so many places, from school board meetings all the way up to President Trump's 1776 Commission report, which came out just in January. And is itself, that report is really a very clear restatement of the significance of the, the classic American origin story around 1776. The basic idea here, which animates also, the work of white nationalist groups, and including, of course, many of the people who stormed the Capitol in January as well, is that white men created this country for white men. And so white men should still be in charge and should still hold the majority of the wealth and should still hold, tenured professorships at UNC Chapel Hill, as Nicole Hannah-Jones was denied, or was in danger of being denied. And also, really, the underlying anxiety here is that any suggestion to the contrary, that, for instance, that Black labor, Black art, Black resistance made this country, which is really the argument of the 1619 Project, is an existential threat to white control over the country. That might sound like a pretty dramatic statement to make about, historical narratives, but we'll see that it really is the case, right? That white power in this country is dependent on the persistence and on the widespread acceptance, the invisibility of white racial heritage narratives. But going back to 1776, at the time, the founding fathers were very busy as well, grounding their nation even further into the past, in cultures that they claimed as their white racial ancestors. And again, they did so successfully that we hardly ever even think about this as being about national origin stories today. And that is the story of classical antiquity, of ancient Greece and Rome, two slave-owning empires with governments in which male citizens sometimes voted. And the thing about these places, though, of course, they existed thousands of miles away and thousands of years before 1776. And yet, the founding fathers found them incredibly relevant and incredibly necessary for their project. So to understand what's at stake with these kinds of origin stories grounded in classical antiquity in ancient Greece and Rome, I'm going to stop talking for a minute here and ask you to help me flesh out this picture a bit. So I know that you got instructions earlier to use the Q&A function for questions for the talks overall. Please definitely do use that for questions for me. However, here's my question for you, and I'd like you to answer it using the chat function, okay? So the question is, I'll ask this a couple of different ways. If you're an educator, how have your K through 12 students encountered ancient Greece and Rome outside of the classroom? And that question applies whether or not the content that you teach has anything to do with Greece and Rome. But just think about outside the classroom. What are they coming into your classroom already kind of knowing in relationship to ancient Greece and Rome, even if they don't know that it is in relationship to ancient Greece and Rome, if that makes sense, right? And another way that we can think about this question is, what do the children in your life know about ancient Greece and Rome? How did they learn or encounter these things? And you can also think about, yourself, of course, and how and where did you first encounter things related to Greece and Rome? I'll give you a few minutes to think about that and drop it into the chat so we can get a few examples. Great, we've got some great answers coming in. I'm wondering if people might even have some more specific things related to, for instance, like, what specifically might students have seen on TV that is connected to Greece and Rome? Who will have told them that there's a connection between democracy and ancient Greece, right? How would they have picked up that idea? Interesting, the Hunger Games. Yeah, so I'm seeing a good mixture here, right, of things that will have actually been formally taught in a classroom setting, and also things that students will have encountered in the course of their lives, right? Yeah. The Odyssey and the Iliad, really great examples. Because so many elements of those stories have just kind of become supposedly universal heritage, right? Even though they somehow apply to some people more than everyone else, but they're still universal, and neutral a little bit. Mythology, right? Like through a series like Percy Jackson, right? Which I'm not super familiar with. I believe he's supposed to be the son of the Greek god Poseidon. And that's true, yes, Marvel stories, other comics, a lot of fantasy work for children, right? And for young people in general. And as well as, of course, a lot of comic series pull explicitly and sometimes implicitly on classical tropes and classical themes. And, when we encounter them at whatever age we might encounter them, we might not necessarily know that that's what it's a reference to, right? It might all just seem like make-believe and happening in this weird world somewhere, right? Yeah. And of course, yes. Yes, of course, feature films like Troy that, have an even grander vision that is explicitly about recreating the story of the Iliad in that case. Statues of Greco-Roman deities on buildings, in logos, yeah. In almost every state's seal, I think we've got some of those as well. Great. Yes. Yeah. And Medea, so many ways that story has been retold. But starting with Greek tragedy. Yeah. Right. The idea of orators, even, being a Latin word and a concept that was extremely highly developed by the ancient Romans, and therefore public speaking is all about the specific gestures and the tones and how to structure your talk, and all of these ideas as originating with the ancient Romans. Yeah. Artistic styles as well. These are really great. These are really great examples. It's particularly this point about, Judeo-Christian works of art and art on public buildings and things like that. Most of those are not necessarily they don't come along with some big sign explaining, hey, this is about, classical antiquity. And it's a great example of what I'm talking about in terms of how this stuff is so widespread and commonplace that it can fade into the background. And we don't think of it as mattering, right? We don't really see it as having any, necessarily having any real importance or doing any real damage. But the point about how these narratives work around heritage is that it's not about any one specific element of that narrative. It's about how that narrative is spread across our entire society, and such that even the times when it's not explicit, as is often the case when it comes to art, that, it's like, well, that's a statue of Abraham Lincoln. Why would that have to do with ancient Greece and Rome, right? Well, it's specifically using a style of art, and even the poses that he's in probably is going to be specifically related to Roman orators and that kind of thing, right? So the fact of those connections and seeing them over and over and over repeated across our lives weaves together a web that maintains white power in this country. Yeah. And it's kind of taken for granted. Right. Googling characters like Homer Simpson, you're going to find out who Homer is, right? Well, and then start to think, well, what was that about, right? Why choose to name the character in this show, the kind of bumbling, very, very, not very high culture, right? Main character after Homer. What's that doing? Why is that? And just taking it for granted. The attire in cartoons. Yeah. Right. I mean, frankly, even like togas, which are just kind of like, oh, isn't that funny? Togas, toga parties or whatever, wrap a sheet around yourself. You're, dressing up like, a Greek or a Roman. Well, again, widespread, seemingly frivolous or trivial, but really part of this broader web. And yes, the point that things that are widely regarded as invaluable is a really, really important point, right? On the one hand, this stuff is so widespread as to be taken for granted. On the other hand, if you try to threaten it, it gets treated as really important, right? And invaluable, as like absolutely the best and most important thing. And really, in many ways, that speaks to what, even the term classics and the term, classical, the classics, where this concept even really emerges from in Europe and in the United States is really from specifically this idea of elevating European culture and in contrast to Blackness, to Africanness, specifically within the context of slavery, as well as in the context of, again, threats to slavery, threats to white power, or threats to the institution of slavery, that is. So many great examples here. Thank you. And some of these even actually hit directly on some of the images that I pulled to talk with here, just very briefly. Of course, last year's latest Wonder Woman film, Wonder Woman being a character who's also very, very much embedded within Greek mythology about Amazons as these warrior women. She's supposedly the daughter of Zeus, the king of the gods, right? Her name is Diana. Diana is the Roman goddess of the hunt. And even though it's kind of like mishmashed in this way that doesn't really necessarily make a lot of sense, right? And that's only like a few of the references within the mythology around the current iteration of Wonder Woman, right? But also, her attire is this sort of like feminized version, and also, of course, obviously very, red, white, and blue version of male Greek armor as well, right? To kind of like give this image of her as being, again, connected visually to that tradition. And, to have her here in front of the Capitol building in this red, white, and blue-ish kind of attire, links the United States once again to this ancient Greece, or this idea of Greek antiquity as part of our legacy and part of our story, part of our history. This still strikes me as very interesting as well, of course, in the context of the Capitol building, which, and of course, the film was made prior to the Black Lives Matter protests in the summer of 2020 around the National Mall, but also, of course, prior to the invasion of the Capitol building by white nationalists in January. And also, the Capitol building is itself, as a few of you noted in your contributions, the Capitol building itself is part of this way that, classical antiquity is spread everywhere. It's a little blurry there, but, the dome, the classical sculpture on the top, which is a symbol of freedom, but as a Native American woman who is a classical allegory, that's what America does, right? On top of it, the columns, all of these things are intentionally classical elements that are drawn into this American and specifically white racial heritage narrative. Looking more closely, specifically, really at those columns, which you will see everywhere, right? They are. I don't think any American lives within more than one or two towns of classical columns. And that's not a coincidence. That was a very intentional choice, along with the crafting of these heritage narratives. In this case, by Thomas Jefferson, actually, who designed the very first of the new public buildings in the United States following the Revolutionary War. And that's the image that's on the right here, which is of the Virginia State Capitol building. It has since been expanded to be larger, but in its original form, it was conceived to be very much modeled on a Roman temple in Nîmes in France, which Thomas Jefferson had visited in person when he was ambassador there. And the link that he was trying to draw here was a huge break from British colonial architecture in the United States. And it was a way of saying, no, the British stuff isn't what our heritage comes from. Our heritage comes from ancient Greece and Rome. That's what we're connected to. And that's where our right to rule and, the gloriousness of our civilization is really grounded in. And of course, we see those columns really in all kinds of places, but most especially in places that are linked to power, to wealth. Of course, slave plantations are almost, stereotypically associated with these columns, and for good reason. And also, as some of you mentioned, we've got sculptures of our leaders. This particular one was really the first major public sculpture of George Washington that was commissioned by Congress on the centennial of his birth to stand in the rotunda of the Capitol building. It's a huge statue, and it's based directly on a statue of Zeus, the main god of the Greek gods, that stood at his temple in Olympia. And that was explicitly like what this statue was doing. That was what it was intended to be by the sculptor Horatio Greeno. And you can see immediately, though, it looks kind of strange, right? We're not really used to seeing that George Washington head looks familiar, but then he's naked somehow, right? And he's, obviously not dressed in the attire that we're used to seeing him in, as a general or as a president. But he's got, this drapery and, these sandals on and everything. Again, the ability to link George Washington so seamlessly to the most powerful of the Greek gods is part of how this white heritage narrative operated. That statue is currently in the Smithsonian National Museum of American History. And I mention that because, that's a pretty popular museum, right? A lot of people go there. A lot of people go there on field trips. A lot of people go there with their parents and their families. And, every time that we see this kind of a statue, that's what we're, that's again, reinforcing those kind of narratives and also reinforcing the importance of this statue by saying this deserves to be in, our National Museum of American History. This material is not just harmless, even though it is everywhere, even though we often take it for granted and don't think twice about it. One of the things that it does, especially and even when we find it boring, even when it becomes invisible because we've just seen so many buildings with columns we don't even notice, right? Is it implies and really embeds this idea of continuity with ancient Greece and Rome. It confirms that white Americans are the descendants of the ancient Greeks and Romans, because if they weren't, well, then why would everything look like they are, right? And why would we be able to look at, Washington, D.C. and then go to the Forum in Rome or go to the Parthenon in Athens and see similar kinds of columns and similar architectural styles? And another way of understanding this is thinking about the impact that these all have collectively on young people. And this is an image from around 1899. That statue, it ended up being too heavy for them to put in the rotunda of the Capitol building. So for many years, it actually stood out on the mall before it was moved into the museum. And this is just an incredible image that I find really, really powerful for thinking about what is the impact, right, of these kinds of invocations of classical antiquity as part of a white heritage narrative. So all of these, very neatly dressed and well-behaved young Black children who are on a field trip and looking at, wandering in the mall and looking at this statue, looking up at this Greek god of George Washington, a man who enslaves probably around 1,000, according to my research, people over the course of his lifetime, which is much more than the number that usually gets quoted, but that's usually just the number that he, quote unquote, owned when he died. What's up with this, right? Like, what is this doing? And taking it as an example of these kinds of references to the past more generally, the classical past more generally, these narratives really, within a K-12 context in particular, I think do a lot of damage by reinforcing alienation and exclusion on the part of students of African descent and other students of color. Every time that they encounter these kinds of things, or hear someone say, ever since the Greeks and Romans, like, we've been blah, 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 or society has blah, 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 and universalizing ancient Greece or ancient Rome as origin stories, they see a past that has no place for them. And that image, again, is reflected in the present and in the inequalities and injustices that they and their families and people who look like them experience in the present. Another way in which this is important is because of the way that these narratives of the past and historical narratives of the past in general tend to be teleological in nature. And teleology is a way of writing the story of the past or telling the story of the past as if it is building towards a particular goal or a specific endpoint. And, going back again to all the ways that students learn about Greece and Rome, they're doing SAT prep, they're probably going to be taught, about words having prefixes and suffixes and, Latin roots or Greek roots. This is another one of those. A telos is a Greek word, and it's referring to an endpoint or to a goal or to, a thing that you are going to reach over the course of history. So when we think about how the past gets framed in teleological terms, the goal for it, the telos, is where we are right now. We heard a lot of this rhetoric, I think, particularly around the election of Barack Obama, as like, look, we started in this place and now we have Barack Obama as our president. And that is the endpoint and the glorious goal that we've been working towards, right? Not so much anymore, do we hear that? But it is a much more subtle narrative now still. And what teleological history ends up doing is it ends up justifying the present day state of the United States, of the world, of how people of color are treated, of the positions that the people of color are in, right? Because it just seems inevitable, when we tell stories in ways that lead us up to this present moment. I mean, if we were founded by a slave-owning Greek god, then, of course, white people are still in power, right? And this idea is also really important because at the same time that classical antiquity was being really established as one of the narratives behind the United States, we also find that they were establishing, the concept of the United States and a national identity as well. And specifically, they were also establishing scientific racism in the iteration that has led to where we are today. And these are all very interconnected projects, interconnected developments. And I'm sharing here one statue that actually is based on is a cast of an ancient statue that was extremely important in the United States. Probably the most widespread classical sculpture that existed in the US, or rather the casts of it existed in the 19th century. And it's of the Greek god Apollo. And you'll notice that this particular cast is in the Massachusetts General Hospital. And that's where it's always been. The entire point of having this there and there were versions of this same statue in a lot of other medical schools around the United States, was to serve as the image of the perfect body. And of course, that body was meant to be understood as white. It was meant to be understood as male, right? No coincidence there, right? And especially the fact that medical students would have all themselves only been able to be white and male. And therefore, anybody that deviated from this was inferior. And also anybody, and also this body was imagined to be the same as the bodies of all of the white men who would have been learning from this particular statue. Now, this statue was, as I said, an extremely widespread and widely used image, and it was used particularly directly in relationship to slavery, not infrequently. One of the most powerful moments for that comes in an image from a book called The Types of Mankind, which was a book that argued for the separate development of different races of humans, and that the Bible was only talking about white people because everybody else doesn't really matter that much. And so that's what Adam and Eve is. And then the rest of the stories were, on their own. And this particular image, which is quite horrifying, but I won't leave it up for very long, but just so to point out, right, how it's using, it's not even using the actual face of a white man there, right? It's using the head of the Apollo Belvedere. It's an American book, and American white men were supposed to see themselves in that head as the image of what of perfection for a human being, and also for the skull, with the image of an actual black man below it, and of a chimpanzee below that, as obviously being inferior in a hierarchy of humanity. These kinds of images were all about reinforcing the idea, again, that race doesn't change over time. Greek god, same thing as a white American man. And also that, because race doesn't change over time, Black people were inferior in the past, according to these kinds of arguments, and therefore they should be in slavery in the present. And just very briefly, to look at how that image is still being used, the Apollo Belvedere showed up on a series of posters that the white nationalist group Identity Europa put up on college campuses around the States as a way to recruit folks. And, you'll notice here that they don't even say, hey, we like white people, right? They never say, hey, the future belongs to white people, everybody else should leave, or anything like that. But still, even here, we know who our is, we know who us is. Just looking at this, it's immediately clear. And that's one of the ways that, frankly, we can even kind of check with ourselves to notice, oh yeah, that's right. We do see these statues as white. Every time we see them, we know that that's a white man, right? Even though whiteness as a concept wasn't one that existed in ancient Greece. So I'm going to talk briefly about these narratives and different forms of resistance that we have seen. There's plenty of examples that are recent, like I said, including land acknowledgements, including the knocking down of statues that took place last summer. But I'm going to briefly talk about a couple of other instances that go back to the late 18th and early 19th century of Black resistance to white American heritage narratives. So, share my screen. Okay, so many of you may have heard of the poet Phyllis Wheatley, who was a young Black woman who was enslaved in Boston and was able to get an education because she was perceived as being, intelligent and capable of that. And also she ended up writing poetry, which was shocking and also, amusing, I guess. She did like kind of like a party trick by a lot of her owner's friends. But she did also within that poetry use an immense amount of classical references and references to Greco-Roman antiquity and classical literature very intentionally. And she did so very much, intervening into this space where supposedly, it wasn't enough, in other words, for her to be able to write poetry, but for her to specifically invoke classical antiquity was her way of intervening within these white heritage narratives and arguing that she had a place there and that people like her had a place there as well. This is present throughout all of her poetry, but I'm pulling up this image in particular just because, and I hope it can be visible. Okay, great. Which is just an excerpt from one of her poems called To Maecenas. That itself, the title is another classical reference. Maecenas was a great patron of poets in the Augustan age in Rome, including Virgil, who wrote the Aeneid, which is Rome's main his sort of narrative of its history. And so that reference was already there. Every single stanza of this poem is just full of classical references. I pulled out this one though, because it does specifically assert a connection between her as an African and with classical antiquity and classical art. Because Terence was a Latin writer who was born in Africa and known to be from Africa. So she's referencing him as also being inspired by the Muses, just like her, right? And yet also noticing, wait a second, why is there only one person that we ever hear from as being important here within this tradition of poetry, to one alone of Afric's sable race? Why is there just the one that we hear about? Which I think is kind of her way of also kind of raising this point of like, wait a second, there's got to be more. It's not just me and him. And yet also it's a way of saying Black people were intelligent in the past. Black people could write in the past and be respected in the past. So Phyllis Wheatley's poetry was very, very widely known and discussed in the Revolutionary era. She even wrote directly and appealed to George Washington himself, right? And she was very politically engaged around her work. However, it also, going back to these, the policing of the past that takes place, we also see her how much, in the same way, frankly, as the 1619 Project has bothered a lot of older white men, Phyllis Wheatley really bothered Thomas Jefferson in particular. And he actually dedicated a whole chapter of his book on Notes on the State of Virginia, 1787, to proving that, she's not actually intelligent. You might think that like her poems show that Black people can think, but you're wrong. And in order to do that, guess what? He goes back to ancient Greece and Rome as well, right? Claiming that among the Romans, the slaves were often their rarest artists who excelled too in science, in so much as to be usefully employed as tutors to their master's children. Epictetus, Terence, the same person that she'd claimed, and Phaedrus were slaves, but they were of the race of whites. He's very clear about that. It was not their condition of enslavement then, but nature, which has produced the distinction between Black and white Americans, right? So in other words, he's saying, some people say that Black people seem inferior because they haven't had an education because they're enslaved. He's like, that's not true. Real reason is, we can see the real reason by looking to the classical past. And then we have other people, though, continuing this conversation later on. And one of the examples that I find really quite powerful and also is not very widely known comes from a writer named David Walker. And David Walker was also a free Black man who lived in Boston in the early 19th century, and was involved in various kinds of things, including having a business as a secondhand clothing seller. And he wrote a pamphlet, which was an appeal to the colored citizens of the world, and most particularly the United States, which was a really revolutionary text. And he smuggled this pamphlet, by sewing it into the seams of the garments that he sold to Black sailors who were on ships that were heading to the South, copies of that pamphlet so that it could be distributed and read to and by enslaved people in the South. The connections between it are not, and Nat Turner's rebellion are not 100% clear or easy to trace, but there was a perception at the time that it was one of the things that inspired that rebellion. And that was the part of Virginia that actually David Walker seems to have been born in. And in fact, again, the literacy laws that we often hear about, slaves weren't allowed to read, that wasn't always true. That's something that came in later. And it seems to have very much come in, again, in relationship to Nat Turner's rebellion in the early 1830s is when we see those laws really showing up. And in relation to the idea that incendiary literature will be distributed to and read to slaves, by slaves, etc. And one thing that I just find amazing about this particular pamphlet is that it's being smuggled. It's obviously a very dangerous text. You probably don't want to say more than you need to say, right? But what he needed to say was largely about history and about the past and about white American narratives related to their heritage. He talks within his text about, things like how, the Pharaoh was Black. So thinking about the Bible and the stories of the Bible, you probably don't know, he says, but the Pharaoh was Black, and how the implication of that ends up being that, when he gives his daughter in marriage to Joseph, that shows that he was not afraid of interracial marriage, right? And that he didn't treat the people he enslaved as if they were inferior, just like white people do treat us that way. And he also takes a very different approach from Phyllis Wheatley in terms of his attitude towards the ancient Greeks and Romans. He's not trying to kind of claim any kind of connection. In fact, as he sees it, the ancient Greeks and Romans are terrible. And he wants everyone else to see that. Not that they're great, but that they're terrible. He writes that the whites have always been an unjust, jealous, unmerciful, avaricious, and bloodthirsty set of beings, always seeking after power and authority. And how does he know this alwaysness, right? This narrative of the past? We view them all over the Confederacy of Greece, where they were first known to be anything and the consequence of education. We see them there cutting each other's throats, trying to subject each other to wretchedness and misery, to effect which they use all kinds of deceitful, unfair, and unmerciful means. We see them next in Rome, where the spirit of tyranny and deceit raged still higher. We view them in Gaul, in Spain, and in Britain, right? So this very clear, cutting narrative, right? That in which he sees the history that white America wants to claim as glorious as being like, no, that's actually terrible. That's disgusting. I don't want anything to do with that, right? I don't want to make any claims that Africa has anything to do with that, because that's terrible stuff, right? And those people, you can see, they've always been bad. And of course, the conversation doesn't end there by any means. So in order to kind of wrap up, I want to mention a couple of things, right? What do we do about these things, right? What do we do about the harm that these narratives cause? I am not convinced that the only way to respond to them, these hegemonic racial narratives, is with other narratives about the past, right? it's not automatically clear to me that that is the case. And finally, really, I just want to share, as we think about this, and as we try and figure this out, a quote from Toni Morrison that you may be familiar with part of, but the full quote I think is just really valuable for us when we think about these questions. The very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. Somebody says you have no language, and so you spend 20 years proving that you do. Somebody says your head isn't shaped properly, so you have scientists working on the fact that it is. Somebody says that you have no art, so you dredge that up. Somebody says that you have no kingdoms, so you dredge that up. None of that is necessary. There will always be one more thing. And, with that, I look forward to your questions.
Dr. Monteiro, that was so rich and so stimulating and so thought-provoking. And I have so many questions which we're not going to be able to get to, and I know that there are ones in the chat. I'm going to try to consolidate. Maybe we can get to two. Maybe even squeeze in. Maybe not 3, but let's see what we can do. It seems as though most of the questions, and I'm going to hold back my own, have to do with, okay, what is the way forward then? I mean, you've already indicated it, and with this powerful Toni Morrison quote, that you don't think the way is competing narratives. And by the way, the examples of Phyllis Wheatley and David Walker are so fascinating. It seems to me that teachers could do so much with that. And of course, Phyllis Wheatley was enslaved in the Gambia. Mm-hmm. So she actually knew where she came from. But so what do you, if competing narratives isn't the way, what would you say is?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure I want to say that competing narratives has no value, right? But I do think it is. I do think that there's, thinking about Audre Lorde, of course, as well, and her observations about how quick we are to try and resist and to try and fight back using the master's tools, and how that's just going to end up taking us right back to the same place, right? And reinforcing that. And so that's one reason why I'm suspicious of using heritage narratives as a way to, as our primary means, at least, of trying to counter this. And other ways, I think there are probably a lot of other ways. I think it's definitely necessary to poke holes in the existing narratives, right? Mm-hmm. To make them visible, right? Which isn't the same thing as having a counter narrative, actually, right? It's a little bit of a different project. But critique is not going to be enough, to get us free on its own. It's necessary. It's very necessary. We need to make these things visible, but on its own, it's not enough. And the direction that I've been exploring more recently, and this is very much what my book project is about, is kind of an approach that turns the teleological model of history and of narrating the past on its head, by starting not with like a foregone conclusion of like, okay, we're going to build the history up to the present to show why the present is the way it is and should be this way, right? But instead starting with the present and starting with ourselves, our specific, with our bodies, with our families, with our names, with our houses, with our, with where we live, and excavating that and finding all of the ways in which all of these, which can seem very abstract, right? What does classical antiquity have to do with my life, right? Figuring out where it does, figuring out how, through these just multiple layers of empire and multiple layers of oppression, the way that these abstract forces are very, very concrete in our own lives. That's at least, I think, one of the ways that we can, move forward. And frankly, I would also want to say too that, and going back to how I mentioned at the beginning, right, how much trauma there is in all of this material. Mainstream curricula are just bathed in trauma for people of color to learn, right? Even when it's important to know this stuff, right? The approach that I've been exploring with liberation archaeology is entirely aimed at, addressing and at the elements of trauma through choice. That a person can choose themselves, like, hey, I want to explore this element of, the history and the past that has brought me here. And that's what feels right for me right now. I don't really need to feel like I need to go into that right now, which is a very different approach from saying everybody studies, this and this and this and these particular standards and stuff.
Thank you so much. I am being signaled that we have to go to the next session, although we've got a long list of questions. It just means that we have to figure out a way to engage you on
Yeah. Well, and I just wanted to say also for folks, first of all, I hope that I'll be able to get those questions. And I would be happy to engage with anybody if you want to find me on Twitter or send me an email.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Excellent. And we look forward to the version of liberation archaeology that we can use in K through 12. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So much to think about. And I had so many questions that I didn't get to, but that's okay. As we've said, this is an ongoing conversation. Before sharing the Hansberry Society's work to recover and learn from the history and legacy of Africa's ancient past, because as Dr. Monteiro says, that is also necessary, we want to offer a special greeting to Gail and Kay Hansberry, the daughters of AAI co-founder William Leo Hansberry. Your late father is a continuing source of inspiration, not only for us at AAI, but for an entirely new generation of scholars. We are so honored that you've joined us today. So let's watch the clip. One of the exciting things about being a K through 12 educator today is that if you know where to look, you can find a wealth of primary sources and well-researched, unbiased scholarship to expose students to the rich histories of Africa and its worldwide diaspora. Reputable scholars have shown how and why the institutions of European colonization and slavery in the United States created fictitious narratives that for centuries obscured and distorted Africa's history and represented Blackness as being antithetical to civilization. Using an array of research tools, scholars are recovering enormous amounts of new information about how Africa and its worldwide diaspora contributed to the making of the modern world. Indeed, rising to this challenge is what inspired the founding of the Hansberry Society, a transcontinental network of Black scholars well-versed in interdisciplinary research from history, Egyptology, philosophy and the classics, to archaeology, anthropology, and linguistics. The Society's mission builds on the legacy of William Leo Hansberry, co-founder of the Africa America Institute and the pioneering scholar who created the first college-level courses on African civilizations to exist anywhere in the United States at Howard University in 1922. I invite you to learn from and enjoy a rich conversation with Hansberry Society members Deborah Hurd, Shayla Monroe, and Sewaso Haile Selassie Asefa, three scholars who took time out to share the personal journeys and urgent intellectual questions that inspire their path-breaking research on ancient and medieval Africa. What follows is a brief excerpt. The complete conversation will be streamed and available to view online after today's virtual conference on teaching about Africa in the world. But I'd also like to hear from each of you about your personal journeys. You weren't always these vaunted, accomplished scholars. At some point in your lives, you were curious little girls in school, learning about the world, and perhaps this place called Africa, perhaps not.
I did grow up in Ethiopia, so from K through 9, my education was in Ethiopia. I took all of the classes in Ethiopia, which included African history, as I thought should be taught. So we learned about the Great Zimbabwe, we learned about Nubia, Axum, we learned about all the prehistory and African history since then, and I thought that was the norm. And then in 9th grade, my parents migrated to Dallas, Texas, and in Texas, social studies is divided between geography, world history, and then United States history. And geography didn't necessarily cover much of Africa. Here's the continent of Africa, and that's about all we learned about it. We went to world history, which I was very excited about. This is the time when I will learn stuff that I remember from my childhood. This is going to be great. Yeah, African history portion of the world history class didn't involve much of anything. So I asked a lot of questions that were not very well welcomed within the Texas school system. And I asked a lot of questions to my parents. Their answers was focus on the medical stuff and the STEMs. And when I went to college, of course, I was interested in becoming the doctor. My parents saw me be a medical doctor who healed everyone. I was very excited about it. And then I was also very curious about this African history that I grew up hearing stories from my grandparents. I grew up learning in the school system that all of a sudden didn't exist in the country I was living in.
And so I grew up in a church that constantly reinforced that Africa had this beautiful history and that Africa was and is beautiful. None of that was really reflected in school, but as I changed schools and went through the school system, of course that created a conflict because I went to school knowing that Africa was everything. And and I would challenge, my teachers, not in a disrespectful manner, but I had a certain perspective on things and I could see the absence. But then I was taking Introduction to Archaeology, learned about Meroe, the civilization of Meroe, and became obsessed. I became really fixated on Meroe and this untranslated script. So there was the Meroitic script, one of the earliest writing systems on the continent. And I was, so intrigued by it.
I did not start school until first grade. So up till first grade, I was always at home, and I was at home with my great aunt. She was my great grandmother's sister. And she had lived through some of the most transformative times in history. And so I literally sat at her feet in the African tradition, listening to these stories and just absorbing all of that history. And so when I started school, I was already reading, but I didn't want to go to school, which is hilarious that 50 years later, I'm still a student. I cried because I said, why do I have to go to school? I can stay home. I'm learning how to read. I don't want to be around other children. So I was around adults all the time. So that was the other thing about it. I didn't want to be around other children. I just wanted to be around adults. At Tulane, which is uptown New Orleans, where the mansions are, that is where I had my awakening. Amongst the wealth of upper class New Orleans, and a few blocks the other direction were the projects. And I recognized that something was wrong there. And as I began to reflect, I remember the seminal moment was during the second year of law school. One of my friends at Washington, he called me up and said, Deborah, Kwame Ture is speaking over at Dillard. Do you want to go? I said, okay, sure. And that Kwame Ture blew my mind. That's all I can say.
Who are the people you are studying in the past, and where are they? Just so we can see how long that continuum is.
Yeah, so within the African context, my research focuses in north central Ethiopia, in the highlands, about 3,000 meters above sea level. And I focus on the medieval period from about 1270 to 1508.
So you opted for medieval bones, to be in the lab with medieval bones.
Yes.
And I know, Shayla, you decided that you wanted to focus on people who were dealing with animals, or perhaps more the animals in antiquity. So this is a good way for me to probe what you're compelling. What are the research questions that keep you up at night?
So archaeologists, especially one like me who's trained as an anthropologist, my questions are always human in nature. So there's a separate discipline, archaeozoology, where they just might study animals in the past for the animal's sake. I am always trying to get at questions that are human in nature because of my anthropological training. So I have studied the interactions between hunters and herders in the Nile Valley Neolithic. My dissertation has focused on the relationship between herders and Egyptian colonists at the fortress of Asku at the Second Cataract. And in both cases, I'm trying to use the animal bones, which animals are there, whether those animals were hunted or raised or perhaps gifted or traded, how old the animals were when they were culled, whether or not they were cooked by some sort of human culinary processes, how they were cooked. I'm trying to use as much information as I can extract from the bones to speak about human behavior. What type of decisions are people making in their environment? How are they navigating harsh climates, changes in climate, and also combinations of political factors and environmental factors that have to be assessed, because at the end of the day, humans like to eat food. They like to survive, and humans tend to make smaller humans that cry if you don't feed them every day. So at the end of the day, people are always making decisions, and I'm looking at the final evidence, that the evidence found in animal bones, to try to figure out how people are navigating the challenges of living and existing and thriving in their environment.
Is there any relevance if someone said to you, why do you care about that? I mean, what does that have to do with all that we're confronting today?
So this is a group of cattle pastoralists who existed on the margins of two states. You had the Egyptian state and you had the Kerma state. And this group of people, even though they're interacting with both state governments, is really beholden to no one. They're transhuman, which means most of them, not all of them, would move seasonally with their cattle. And the way that they interact with these two state governments, while also crossing boundaries and kind of doing their own thing, is incredibly relevant to the plight of modern day pastoralists on the African continent. Pastoralism, cattle pastoralism on the African continent goes back to at least 6500 BC. That's how long people have been moving across the landscape with their cattle. So the boundaries that were put in place, in the 1940s, are really absurd when you think about how many thousands of years people have been transversing the Nile Valley, the Atbara, moving back and forth across the Sahel.
But I'm looking at the temples to see how the rulers, and when I say ruler, because Nubia or the Kushites had a tradition of women ruling. There is a history of ruling women, and you see them portrayed on the sides of temples. They're big women. These women were voluptuous. They were powerful. They were beautiful. So you would have women that would be on the sides of a temple holding the prisoners by the hair and holding the mace in the other hand like they're getting ready to strike. But they're not portrayed as men. These women are in battle mode, but they got their shawls, they're wearing their dresses, and they've got the dagger nail. So they've got you have never seen a manicure until you've seen a Kushite queen holding her mace with nails that are out to here. So it's like, I can be a woman, I can be powerful, I can fight, but I'm also respected.
She is the recipient of the African Studies Association's 2019 Distinguished Africanist Award, which pays tribute to people who have made exceptional contributions to the field of African studies. Her career dedicated to teaching includes visiting professorships at Makerere University in Uganda and the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. A past president of the African Studies Association, Professor Robinson has made numerous contributions to a deeper understanding of Africa. She is co-editor and co-author of multiple publications, including Transformation and Resiliency in Africa. She was a curriculum consultant for the PBS BBC series, The Africans, A Triple Heritage, and advisor for Hopes on the Horizon, a documentary about African democratic movements during the 1990s. More recently, she produced Mama Kiyota, a documentary film about Islam and female empowerment in Niger. Dr. Robinson is the inaugural recipient of the Africa America Institute's Africa Illuminated Fellowship, awarded in recognition and support of her ongoing scholarship on the intellectual legacy of Ralph Bunche, the Black scholar, diplomat, and Nobel laureate. Professor Robinson, we are so pleased and honored to have you guide us in exploring the Howard School of International Relations and the racial foundations of the discipline.
In the first 2 decades of the 20th century, international relations, when taught in American universities, usually meant race relations. This racialized foundation of international relations as a field of study was challenged with a narrative that took shape at Howard University in the 1930s. First slide, please. The challenge came in the form of scholarship produced and courses taught by some of the first African American and Afro-Caribbean professors of international affairs. Their disciplines included philosophy, sociology, political science, economics, and history. Their geographic focus was Africa, the Caribbean, Asia, Europe, including the Soviet Union. Their specific topics of scholarly interest varied, as did their ideological perspectives. Yet, they all treated the element of race as a relevant focus of analysis in the study of international affairs. These scholars were trained at Harvard, the University of Chicago, Oxford, and Columbia, but unable to get jobs in the historically white academy. Recurring concepts in their work included race subjugation, racial hierarchy with white supremacy, resistance, and the project of Black liberation. Howard is an historically Black university, long distinguished by its cosmopolitan student body and faculty. Between the 1930s and 1950s, the campus experienced a remarkable moment of intellectual and cultural self-determination. It was during this period that the Howard School of International Affairs flourished. But by the end of the 20th century, its existence had succumbed to historical erasure. It is well understood that significant events and eras can be preserved in historical memory, but historical erasure is particularly nefarious because you're not likely to know when something is missing unless you have access to alternative sources of knowledge. If knowledge is power, alternative sources of valid knowledge can be empowering. Next slide, please. What you will learn in this presentation. First, that the white supremacist origins of international relations as a field of study continue to shape world affairs. Second, how did the Howard School of International Relations theory challenge and resist the inequities of a global order? Third, I hope that you will recognize that recovering the erasure of the Howard School reveals the danger of incomplete learning. And finally, I will end with an example of an approach that I've used to facilitate active student learning in the course that I teach on the Howard School of International Relations theory. Next slide, please. The role played by scholars in securing a white world order. A lot of times when we think about whatever international relations might be, we tend to forget that there are scholars who study it and they shape the way people think about what's going on. And I want to talk about a few people who were in this group. The Harvard-trained historian T. Lothrop Stoddard was a leading apostle of Nordic racial supremacy in the United States. His book, The Rising Tide of Color, The Threat Against White World Supremacy, was an offshoot of his PhD dissertation. He became a commentator on world affairs and quite wealthy as a popularizer of the global threat to white supremacy. These four men played an important role in shaping how the people who were concerned about white world supremacy did their work. First, on the far left, is Lord Frederick Lugard. He was a former British colonial governor in Nigeria, Uganda, and Hong Kong. Lugard was the author of The Dual Mandate in British Tropical Africa, published in 1922. This was a training manual on how to implement indirect rule. It's a big manual, about 600 pages. Lugard was considered the foremost European authority on best practices for colonial administration. His dual mandate says that foreign powers have a duty to develop Africa's resources to benefit both Africa and the whole world. Indirect rule was the principle of ruling through native chiefs. Essentially, the idea was that when whites go to a place where they're in the minority and they're ruling over a majority, you never allow the native to operate in the same political institutions as the colonizer. Since they are the majority, they might try to take control. So separate development is the key to maintaining supremacy. Stoddard, and the second person here is Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson, most of you I'm sure have heard and know about him. He was a political scientist and a professor and president of Princeton University before becoming president of the United States. Wilson was a widely published student of U.S. democratic politics. He was a widely published student of U.S. domestic politics and a noted theorist and practitioner of international relations. What came to be known as Wilsonian liberal internationalism was a package of policies that included something that was referred to as progressive imperialism, the open door, that is economic openness for trade and access to natural resources, democracy promotion abroad, which was accomplished by occupying countries such as the Philippines, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. And Wilson felt that it was the white man's burden to bring democracy to these small places that were poorly governed and might create problems for world peace or countries like the United States. And finally, collective security of countries in an organization that came to be the League of Nations, he thought was also an important way to promote world peace. Wilson wrote about these ideas and he implemented them when he became president. The person next to Wilson, Raymond Leslie Buell, was a Princeton PhD in political science, and he was a Wilsonian liberal internationalist. He wrote a seminal article titled Backward Peoples in the Mandate System that was published in the popular journal Current History. What Buell explained was a world in which you could divide people into three tiers. People who lived in the darker parts of the world who were not as advanced. There were some people who were not ready to govern themselves at all and it was probably best if they were just either colonies or incorporated into other countries. I'm going to actually skip this. Buell taught in the government department at Harvard from 1922 to 1927. He introduced 5 courses into the curriculum that were to establish this new subfield in government referred to as international relations. These courses included American diplomacy, modern colonial government, colonial administration, and in fact, while Buell was at Harvard, you could get a graduate degree in colonial administration. Buell wrote one of the first international relations textbooks on international relations using shockingly racist languages, shocking if you read it today. He also published a 2-volume, 2,000-page book titled The Native Problem in Africa, which remained the definitive text on Africa for several decades. This book codified and legitimized Lord Lugard's approach to colonial administration. And actually, Buell became the gatekeeper for international scholars on Africa for several decades. The final person on this list, Halford Hoskins, was the first dean of the Fletcher School of International Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University. The Fletcher School was actually the first U.S. graduate school in international relations. Hoskins was an historian who published a small book that was widely used as a textbook. His book was titled European Imperialism in Africa, and it was part of the Berkshire series in European history. What the Hoskins book does is it's a summary, a compendium of all of the different European powers' attempts to colonize and imperialize Africa. And he concludes by saying that there are considerable economic advantages that these countries have derived from Africa. But in order to derive profits, the white man resorted to forced labor, oppressive taxes, and cruel punishments. So overall, when he does his balance sheet, he concludes that concern for the welfare of the native has been incidental. And therefore, if Africa, and he concludes that Africa seems to be permanently unsuited for white colonization. So its future actually depends on the treatment of Africans. In many ways, Hoskins' text is a kinder version of the Lugard and the Buell text. It has paternalistic language, but not racist language. And his book was actually used at Howard in courses taught by Ralph Bunche and Merz Tate. Next slide, please. These are two articles of the book cover. Stoddard's book, which I mentioned in the beginning, The Rising Tide of Color, was the book that really established that international relations should be about protecting the interests of whites from the colored peoples of the world. And the article by Buell on backward peoples under the mandate system talks about how the new League of Nations established by the United Nations could come up with a better way, a way of improving on colonies, and which you would put these colonial backward peoples under the responsibility of the international community through a League of Nations mandate. The fact that this article appeared in Current History popularized the phrase backward peoples as a way of talking about the darker people of the world who are being colonized. Next slide, please. And the maps that appeared in the Buell article on backward peoples, they used this color schematic so that you could see by the dark and white the large areas of the world that are inhabited by backward peoples or darker peoples, and why the white race would need to have sort of an international architecture to help control them. Next slide, please. Decolonizing international relations. Now, when we talk about the Howard School, during the same period when international relations was being established as a course of study in the mainstream academy, at Howard, you had professors who were working in various aspects of international affairs as well, doing research, publishing, and teaching. The first person, Elaine Locke, was a Black philosopher who was interested in value theory. He's known now as the father of the Harlem Renaissance. But the point about value theory is what Locke noticed is that people of color, his philosophical question is, why is it that, what creates value? And why is it that darker people are valued less than whites? And he moves on to that to ask the question, what are the things that actually are valued in society? And his answer is art, the creative works of people. And in Harlem in the 1920s, you had a flourishing of artworks created by Black people. So he moves from being interested in value theory to writing about what's happening in Harlem and moving to essentially establish another way of looking at value. Locke was a graduate of Harvard with BA. He was also the first Black Rhodes Scholar. He spent 3 years at Oxford and then returned to the United States and eventually got a PhD in philosophy from Harvard. He established the division of social sciences at Howard that all of these people became a part of. And so they had a collective that they worked together in at Howard with resources. E. Franklin Frazier, sociologist. In 1950, Frazier was one of the authors of the UNESCO Statement on Race, which sought to establish a scientific definition of race that would be universally accepted and that would separate biological facts from social mythology. Sadly, or perhaps expectedly, another group of scholars rose up and rejected that statement, and UNESCO put together a second team of scholars, of authorities to come up with it, which Frazier refused to sign the new statement. Frazier was trained at the University of Chicago as a sociologist. He was chair of Howard's sociology department for more than 30 years. He was an expert on the sociology of the Black family. In 1939, his book, The Negro Family in the United States, was published and it became a classic. It begins by establishing that this was a study of people who are the descendants of people who were raised in family structures in Africa. He then proceeds to analyze the historical forces that influenced the development of the African American family from the time of slavery to the mid-1930s. Frazier was a prolific author. He published 9 books and more than 100 articles. And his book, Race and Culture Contexts in the Modern World, was published in 1950. It was an effort to understand the political economy of racism in a global context. Frazier also spent several years working at UNESCO's headquarters in Paris. Mers Tate. She was actually trained as a political scientist, a BA in international relations from Oxford, and a PhD in political science from Harvard. She bought a ticket on Pan-African Airlines to be one of the first passengers to travel to the moon. She was an ardent traveler. She spoke many languages. She was a Fulbrighter in India for a year. And she wrote on many topics. Her first book was actually a study of armaments, the arms race, what we would now refer to as the field of security studies. So she was Condoleezza Rice, who became Secretary of State, is a specialist in security studies. Murs Tate preceded her by 30 years, being interested in this field. Ralph Bunche, who is the man in the middle of the globe, was the first person of color to win a Nobel Peace Prize. He received his doctorate in Harvard, 1934, and his dissertation was on French colonialism in Dahomey and Togo. In fact, what Bunche's dissertation did was to refute Buell's theories about the need about backward peoples and the need to control them. His dissertation won the prize for the best dissertation in Harvard, in government at Harvard. It started a new subfield in international relations at Harvard, the international relations of dependencies, but it was never published. As far as I can tell, it was actually blocked by Buell, because though Buell helped Bunche get to Africa to do his research, when he got there, the difference was that Bunche talked to Africans. He tried to find everything that he could find about how Africans understood colonialism, and he tried to write from the perspective of how Africans understood colonialism and their situation. Eric Williams, economic historian. This is the Caribbean soccer player who became a celebrated author and the founding father and first prime minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Bunche got a job during World War II working for the Office of Strategic Services. It was our first military intelligence officer, and he was the head of Africa research. So there was a job opening at Harvard. There was a job opening at Howard. Two people competed, two outstanding candidates competed for that position. One was Murs Tate, the other was Eric Williams. Bunche chose Williams. He had met Williams when he was in London, when Bunche was in London. And Williams' research was on the economics of slavery, or the slave trade, and its contribution to the Industrial Revolution in England, its financing. For his dissertation, his thesis at Oxford, he was able to do the research on the British side of the trade, but he also needed to get to the United States to do research on the American side. The job at Howard enabled him to get to the United States and have access to those documents. He got a fellowship from the Rosenwald Fund. And for 6 years, he taught at Howard. He published 2 books on Caribbean, one in the Bronze Book series, edited by Elaine Locke, and the other, his Oxford magnum opus, the book Capitalism and Slavery, which was published in 1944. And it established that slavery helped finance the Industrial Revolution in England, and was a game changer in terms of the historiography of slavery and the slave trade. Rayford Logan. Rayford Logan is the historian who charged President Woodrow Wilson for betrayal of the Negro in his 1944 book titled Betrayal of the Negro, From Rutherford B. Hayes to Woodrow Wilson. Most people think of Rayford Logan as an historian of African American history, but he was also a scholar of U.S. diplomatic history. 2 significant titles are The Diplomatic Relations of the U.S. with Haiti, published in 1941, and The Senate and the Versailles Mandate System, published in 1945. During the 1940s, Logan served as the NAACP's foreign policy consultant. He testified before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and he attended meetings at the State Department on issues related to the United Nations and US foreign policy. Dorothy Porter, the librarian who decolonized the way books were cataloged. Dorothy Porter received an MA in library science from Columbia University. And she was Howard University's librarian for 43 years. When she started, the field of library science was Eurocentric in its ways of organizing knowledge, built on the assumption that there was very little serious knowledge by or about Black people. For example, the Dewey Decimal System had two numbers for cataloging Black materials. One, which was number 326, was used for anything related to slavery. The second number, 325, meant colonization. Every book by or about Black people that didn't concern slavery was given the number 325 in the decimal Dewey system. So Porter, of course, said, this is ridiculous. We need another way. She developed a system that classified books by genre and author. Her method highlights the foundational role of Black people in all subject areas, including art, economics, history, international relations, philosophy, politics, sociology, etc. All the fields that the Howard School professors did and more. And this includes medical and all of the areas of activity. Among other strategies, she insisted that Howard bring African and Caribbean scholars and their works to campus, because many of the students even held the notion that most scholarly work was created and produced by whites. So the Howard School of International Affairs flowered because Dorothy Porter decolonized the ways books were cataloged. In the process, she built a world-class research collection that served the Howard University community as well as an international community of scholars. Next slide, please. These are three books that address some aspects of historical erasure. These were books that were not on the curriculum at Harvard and other places that were teaching international relations. The first one, Elaine Locke edited a special issue of Survey Graphics, which he titled Harlem, Mecca of the New Negro. His concept, the New Negro, was a cosmopolitan Negro, was a migrant. He focused on people who migrated from the rural South to urban areas in the United States, people who migrated from the Caribbean to the United States, some people who migrated from Africa. They all come together in Africa and they create value through cultural productions. And in a way, what this did is it created another kind of international relations that had positive value for Black people, but for the world as a whole. The second book I have here is written by Ralph Bunche. It's titled A World View of Race. Elaine Locke edited a series of what were referred to as bronze booklets. They all had covers like this, and each had a topic. Eric Williams actually did a book on the Caribbean in this series. Ralph Bunche's book, as conceived by Locke, was to be the first in the series of 8 books. And they were all about some aspect of Black people, Black culture, Black history, Black music. But what Locke felt was you needed to understand race as well. So what Bunche does in this book is he combines his studies in philosophy with his studies and knowledge of colonialism and imperialism and talks about race and he puts forward the idea that race is a social construct. The book is 103 pages long. Each chapter has a title that is the chapter that corresponds to a chapter in Buell's book on international relations. So I refer to Bunch's book, A Worldview of Race, as the Howard School's textbook in international relations. The third book I have here is an example of scholarship of Merz Tate. All of the Howard School scholars were interested in imperialism. Merz Tate's area of in which she did research, and she traveled to these regions, was Asia. She was interested in doing a study of imperialism, of American imperialism, and so she took as her topic Hawaii. And today, when we think about Hawaii as one of our 50th states, we have a very positive view of looking at this. But notice her title, Hawaii, Reciprocity or Annexation. She looks at the history of Hawaii as an imperialist enterprise that actually takes over or suppresses in some ways Native people, and it becomes eventually a state in the United States, but it's a very different founding history of Hawaii. So these are just a few examples of books produced by Howard scholars that are accessible to a mainstream audience. And in fact, the Bronze Booklet series, these 8 books, were actually written for adult literacy courses, but they were all written by scholars who had expertise in the field. The idea that for Black literacy, you want a high level of materials that also help you to understand the racial context of the world and deal with some of the erasure, bringing it back and creating a different narrative in which Black people have value and contribute. So that is, I'm sorry, the next slide, please. And finally, I teach a course. I introduced a course at Tufts University 3 years ago now on the Howard School of International Relations Theory. And I have students read a lot of these texts. I try to minimize the old school stuff because that's sort of still in the mainstream curriculum, but they get to read the writings and learn about the context of these Howard School authors. In order to give them some hands-on experience with this, and at the suggestion of one of our librarians who is in charge of digital scholarship at Tufts, I had them create the first Wikipedia entry on the Howard School of International Relations. This involved actually enrolling in Wiki.edu, learning how to write for Wikipedia, and the students did research, they worked in teams, and then they produced, there were like weekly sessions. They were doing this in parallel with learning about the Howard School of International Relations. And they did a general overview of what the main points are in the theory, and they took 4 of the Howard School scholars. What is nice to me about this is it's a sort of a stump, a basis that other people can build on. The last time I looked, the page had almost 700 views. People are contributing to it. And as the librarian explained to me, a lot of people go to Wikipedia these days for knowledge, and they find out about the existence of things. Because part of the concern for me is that I teach a class, but there are a lot more people who need to know that this exists. So this was both a strategy for the students to feel that they are contributing to a storehouse of knowledge, that people are going online and finding out about these things. and also getting the word out to a much broader constituency that this is something that exists and more people need to know about it. And in fact, it ought to be part of the mainstream curriculum of international relations and the kind of knowledge that people who have careers in international affairs could benefit from. So that's it, the Howard School of International Relations Theory. A challenge to the racial foundations of the discipline. So it's hard to read this. You can click on, if one clicks on the names of, for example, of Merz Tate's name, in addition to reading what's on this page, it will take you to her wiki page and you can learn a lot more about her. One of the things that was actually, that pleased me is when we started working on this, every single one of these Howard School authors has a wiki page, meaning that the world generally knows that they existed, but they existed as individual scholars. To recognize that they were part of this collective group of scholars at Howard University is part of that. That's sort of the new knowledge. So there we go. And I invite people to spend some time taking a look at it. And if you know something about one or more of these authors and you want to add it, you know it's missing, please do that.
That was so rich. And I know that you had to pack a lot in there. And you somehow managed to do that, Dr. Robinson. One thing that occurs to me that it might be worthwhile emphasizing is that when we're talking about the Howard School, we're talking about a school of thought. That there were intellectual activists of color, Black Americans who weren't necessarily at Howard, but who were also part of this, waging this intellectual battle for truth and non-racism, if you will, against the establishment of this white supremacist world order. And you were very scholarly and diplomatic in your characterization of the four gentlemen. But what seems to me that the through line for Lugard, Wilson, and Buell, and I don't know whether you had Stoddard's picture up or not, but all of this, the open door was so you could go in and rape the resources.
Right.
And when Wilson talks about democracy, he's talking about the latitude for the white man to rule, with the sort of what he would call the consent, I suppose, of those in the people in the Philippines and Haiti and the Dominican Republic and in other parts of the world that Europe and the United States are dominating. I think it's worthwhile to note that even Princeton decided to remove his name.
After how many years?
Well,
after how many years of protests? But yeah, they
did it in 2020. That's an indication that even they thought, enough is enough already. But we've got a lot of good questions and not a lot of time, so I'm going to stop talking and try to get to at least a few of them. One of the questions from the audience is about the scramble for Africa, which of course is sometimes referred to as the partition, the period of European occupation and colonization of portions of the continent from roughly the late 1800s to the First World War. And the questioner wants to know what connection there is, if any, between Woodrow Wilson and some of these other individuals and the scramble.
Well, the thing about the scramble for Africa is that Europeans who were concerned about Europe, they recognized that there was conflict among Europeans for who's going to get which piece and wars. And so the idea was, we had a Treaty of Berlin that kind of had ground rules, but still these people were conflicting. Wilson's League of Nations and this whole idea of a League of Nations mandate system was a way of trying to make it more orderly for those who were scrambling and getting possessions to not then kill each other by going to war. And then because Wilson, he was a liberal internationalist, he had gone beyond just these people with balance of power. What was to happen in the League of Nations, they set up, first of all, at the end of the war, they took all of Germany's colonies and the Ottoman Empire, they took their colonies away. And so they're trying now to be more judicious, and we can't just treat this as bounty to, for the winners, we get to now transfer these people to somebody else. So they said, well, set this up and say, we won't let them be free, but we'll put them under the umbrella of the international system, and we'll do some treaty language that says that, we're doing this for the good of these people. And then we will have them, we'll sort of tutor them to be ready for self-government under the auspices of the international system. But since somebody has to be in charge of the day-to-day things, we will distribute those places to the people who won the war. And then the best practices will use Lugard's manual to make sure that people are being
properly
governed that
dominated.
way. Yeah. And because we know, because there's this hierarchy of people, that there's some people who are more ready, they're closer, their timeline for being ready to govern themselves is shorter. We'll have this system of type A, B, and C mandates, so that the C mandates are almost ready. Places in the Ottoman Empire primarily. The B mandates, almost all of the African colonies became B mandates, and each was given to another country to be in charge of. So like South Africa, which was a member of the League, got Southwest Africa. The British, the French.
Which is now Namibia.
Right. And then, but for Southwest Africa, which is now Namibia, it was the one African colony, former German colony, in which the people were considered too backwards to be on their own. And so for those mandates, they could be fully incorporated into the administering authority, which then set up decades of problems before Namibia could become independent, because you had all of this international community stuff wrapping it into the body of South Africa. But the scramble for Africa, it was one of the things, if you had colonies, if you had an empire, then that raised your status in the international hierarchy. Interestingly, the other side of this, when they set up the League of Nations, the rules and what they were all about, they were against slavery.
Who they? Who's the they?
The League of Nations.
Mm-hmm. And the League of Nations is whom?
Oh, I'm sorry. The League of Nations were the allies who won World War I.
The European and American.
Yes.
Powers.
Europeans, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And they were against slavery in the documents. So if you could be, there were a couple of African countries, because they were sovereign, were allowed to be members, but the League assessed that they still practiced slavery, Liberia and Ethiopia. So within this global hierarchy, these two African states were less full members of the League until such time as they ended the practice of slavery. And based on the League's assessments, that never happened. And that was actually even used as one reason when the run-up to World War II, when Italy bombed Ethiopia. The rules of this collective security is that the League of Nations was to come to their rescue, to help them.
Who their rescue? You mean Ethiopia's rescue?
Ethiopia. The emperor even went to Geneva and he personally asked for intervention for the League.
I'm sorry, who did?
The Emperor Haile Selassie.
Okay.
There's this incredible old movie footage of him standing there speaking in French, saying that under the terms of this collective security agreement, and I am a member, Ethiopia, Abyssinia is a member state, we need you to come and stop this attack and invasion by, and the bombing by Italy.
By fascist Mussolini.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They jeered, they spit at him, and then the League said, well, since they're still practicing slavery in Ethiopia, we can't help. So you use these rules, you create these rules for international peace and security, and you have a different set of rules for the Blacks. So the
and it's worth adding to this fascinating period that William Leo Hansberry, one of AAI's co-founders, and an Ethiopian former student at Howard, Malaku Bayan, and one of William Leo Hansberry's former students, William Steen, formed the Ethiopian Research Council, which protested and elevated this injustice that you've just described, the Italian invasion, and played a major role. There's just so much here. Every time you go down one path, it takes you down many others. Well, fortunately, you've answered one of the other questions, which was about the League and its role. And so essentially, although what we can take away, although Wilson and the European allies framed the League as a global peace effort, it really also was part of the process of laying the foundation for racial hierarchy in international affairs. Is that a fair?
Yep, that's exactly what was done.
Okay.
And then what Bunch did in his dissertation, because he looked at the mandate system, the claim was that the international community was uplifting and moving these Africans towards independence. The difference between what Bunch did in his dissertation and what that first generation of people did, there are these 5 courses at Harvard, all of which existed when Bunch went to Harvard in 1927. He did not take a single one of those courses. What he took instead, he took international law, international economics, political philosophy and theory, and research methodology, the new social science research methodology.
So that he would have the tools to find the
new tools.
Because he knew what they were teaching.
That's right.
Was not.
So he took their statements about what they were doing and transformed them into hypotheses to be tested.
Mm-hmm.
He was able to he got permission to actually go and look at the colonial archives, walk around, talk to people. He even read children's books to see what kind of mindsets the French were trying to embed in the newly educated African children. And then he talked to people.
I want to pause there for a moment, because we got like about 5 more minutes, but what you just said is so profound, because although we're focusing this conversation on what scholars in the United States are doing, there are also people on the continent. It's not as though Africans were passive in this whole era. There were African intellectuals, and what they were battling was the miseducation of African children within the colonial system. I just wanted us to pause.
Yeah. it's worth pausing to realize that this was in Ralph Bunche's dissertation in international relations. I mean, his methods and his conclusion was, because he went to what was then called Dahomey, which was a pure French colony, and Togo, a mandate. And then he concludes that from the perspective of local Africans, what's happened in Togo, the Germans left, the French came in. He says, a new group of white people speaking a different language, but very little difference in terms of their lives.
Who were some of the Africans that the members of the Howard School were in dialogue with? Are there any that come immediately to mind? I mean,
you'll probably be surprised with the ones who come immediately to my mind. The very first one who comes to my mind, and this is not a scholar, he was a student, was Azikiwe.
Nnamdi Azikiwe.
The very first year that Bunch started teaching at Howard, Zeke was a first-year student.
And
he wrote a letter to the students of...
Just so people know, this Nnamdi Azikiwe became Nigeria's first
president.
I'm
yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
And it was not just that he was the first president. He recruited other people. He had a newspaper chain. He recruited Nkrumah to go to Lincoln. Zeke became a teacher at Lincoln. Zeke, in fact, started the very first Negro history courses at Lincoln. There was a student protest saying that we need Negro history. And I've looked at the course catalog, and his courses in Negro history begin in Africa. And so you learn that Africans had cultures and societies on the continent, and then there's a period of the slave trade, and then you have slavery in the United States, and it goes on. So and then Nkrumah taught that course as well. But the point I wanted to make, and maybe I'll end on this point, the title of Zeke's letter to the students open letter to the students of Howard, the title was Africa Speaks. And he begins by saying, I know most of you here, when you look at Africa and Africans, you assume that they're backwards and barbaric. But I'm here to tell, and I don't blame you for that. It's because you have been taught the Nordic way of looking at Africa. But I'm here to tell you that Africa speaks. There is a new generation of African students. We have plans for the future. You students at Howard University, you are the intellectual fulcrum, not only of the United States, but globally. And we want you to be a part of this movement.
This is Nnamdi Azikiwe.
This is Azikiwe, the student. And I believe, because I have no evidence that Ralph Bunche ever took any course related to Africa before he arrived at Howard. But the first month he was there, he reads this article. And then Bunche gets interested in Africa. So what I say about Ralph Bunche's career, his education, is that Harvard is the pedigree, but Howard made Bunche. And Bunche had three important teachers in his education, three young Africans whom he met as students who would become heads of state. Nnamdi Azikiwe was the first one. Kwame Nkrumah, Bunche met him when Nkrumah was a student at Lincoln. And then Jomo Kenyatta. When Bunche had a postdoc, he attended the London School of Economics, studying anthropology, and one of the students was Kenyatta. Kenyatta was his Swahili teacher. And Kenyatta, I think he spotted Bunche as somebody he wanted to have an imprint on. So he said, why don't you let me teach you Swahili? And then for these classes, he would always sort of like take Bunche some of these. Okay, today, let's go to the British Museum for our class. So they're supposed to be doing Swahili, and he says, look at all these artifacts of empire. And so I think it's the African scholars, but there were some very serious African students who came to the United States in these early years. And they had a vision, and it was a Pan-African vision. And some of these people influenced, and I know you won't be surprised to know that it seems that virtually every one of the African students who went to Howard, Hansberry is the man they remember.
Azikiwe eulogized him when he died in '66, and in just the year before, Zeke presided over the opening of the Hansberry College of African Studies at the University of Nsukka. University of Nigeria, rather, at Nsukka. So there's so many things. This is a wonderful note on which to end. It's an indication that we have a lot more to talk about. Thank you so much, Dr. Robinson. Thank you.
Well, this has been a privilege and an honor for me.
It is mutual. Thank you. We've got a short clip of Howard French, the American career foreign correspondent and global affairs writer, talking about his latest book, Born in Blackness, Africa, Africans, and the Making of the Modern World, 1471 to the Second World War. He's talking about this, and again, it's a short clip, with Sean Jacobs, the South African scholar and founder and editor of the opinion and analysis website, Africa is a Country. This will be another of the resources that we will post. His book, or rather the clip, captures a worldview that AAI embraces and the spirit of collective learning, Africa and its worldwide diaspora, and dialogue that we aspire toward. We are grateful to the Brooklyn Library for sharing it with us so that we can share it with you. Please watch the clip.
So there's a lot here, and it's very hard to, as I said, to like try to condense it into an hour-long conversation. But I want to ask this, because I think this is an important question. This goes to the question of, and I want people to actually go read the book rather than us going through the whole book, because there's so much there. But one of the things that struck me when I was reading it, I kept thinking, I think you've answered some of this already. Like, what do you want to achieve with this book? Like, what are the conversation or the conversations you want to change with this book? And partly you sort of answered that the conversation that you're having with the West, the conversation that, that you would like, for example, a white reader to get out of this. But there's also a way to get out of this book from the Black world, the people of African descent. And I ask this because in the book, you are often shocked when you visit Black majority countries on the continent and in the Caribbean, or cities where there are large populations of people of African descent, Black people, and you see like how little how little commemorations there are, like museums. I think at one point you say like it's not even like a real, like, is this a museum or something? There's no plaques, there's no public events. You also find that how very little the people living there know about this history. I mean, is that, so there's those two sides, and you've really broken down, I suppose, the Western side of it. What about this other part?
Thank you for that question, Sean. This is probably the thing that has troubled me the most in writing this book, wrestling with your exact question. And what I'd like to say is that people of African descent have contributed. One piece of the book is to say how extraordinary their contribution is, even though most people are never exposed to this. How extraordinary their contribution has been to the creation of this West and the creation of this modern world. Another piece of that same story, though, is how much they have suffered in the creation of these things and in their exceptional contribution to the creation of these things. And one of the worst forms of suffering for me, as I have thought about this history, both in the making of this book, but this begins in my own experience before I started the book, is what I'm going to call a kind of very unfortunate petty chauvinism that afflicts a lot of Black people about history. That you can talk about the history of Barbados if you're a Bajan and you're from Barbados, and that's one thing, but you don't really feel like Ghana is part of your history, or you don't really feel like the United States is part of your history. You can be an African American and you can be, very vocal in celebrating, African American history, or being, very outspoken about, injustice toward African Americans. But it's possible to live within, it's very possible, it's too possible to live within that world without actually thinking much about how does this connect to what's happening in Barbados or in Ghana or in Britain or in Jamaica or in Brazil, right? And this is what I'm calling, and this isn't, I recognize this is not the perfect term, but for expedience, I'm just calling it a petty chauvinism. It's tempting, it's too tempting for us for us in the African diaspora to kind of live within our own selves. And I use the word cells deliberately because I think it's a prison, right? It's a prison of thinking that your story is so special that you don't really need to understand anybody else's story. And this deprives everyone of African descent in the diaspora, and it deprives, in fact, Africans themselves of the power of their story. The power of their story is in its wholeness. It's in its interconnection. It's in its complexity. It's in its mobility. It's in its persistence from one place to another of toil, of sacrifice, of suffering, of rebellion, of resistance, right? And when we allow ourselves to compartmentalize the story and to shrink it down to fit a kind of national identity, I think we are all, we meaning Africans and people of African descent, are doing violence to ourselves. I really believe that.
It has been such a pleasure and an honor to moderate this first half of the program. Thank you for all your questions. I'm sorry we couldn't get to all of them, and hope that the substance notwithstanding was something that you found worthwhile. I found it to be extraordinarily rich, and I look forward to delving more deeply. And to help you do so, we're going to be posting, as I said, some resources and readings on the website. And the list that will include recommendations from our speakers, archival video footage, for instance, of Cheikh Anta Diop, the Senegalese scholar talking about the African origin of civilization. It'll include information about Africa Access, the wonderful online repository of children's books about Africa founded by Brenda Randolph at Howard University, drawing on her former experience as a middle school librarian. And more recent publications like Sacred Nile, a gorgeous book of photography that locates the African Foundation of Western Religions by Chester Higgins, the renowned photojournalist. For the next half of the program, you're in for a treat with my colleague, Olivia Lynch. Dr. Lynch is a veteran K-12 educator and the coordinator and director of AAI's Teaching Africa program. Olivia will provide more details after the break.
learned so far is the slave trade and how they would get slaves. So in Africa, rival tribes would capture other rival tribes and sell them off to the Englishmen, who would eventually brand them and strip them of their being as a human and put them off as property and brand them and then throw them on a boat with no consent at all, but it adds to the fact that they were treated not as humans.
What would you like to do as as a student learning about Africans and African Americans? What do you see yourself doing with that information, you as Dylan?
Probably going off and learning more or sharing it to others like my little siblings who don't know very much about their own culture.
Learning about African American history is extremely important to me because I'm African American and a lot of African Americans don't know anything about their roots. And it would be very nice to educate a lot of African Americans about where they came from and things that they should know about themselves historically.
If you could learn more about African and African American history, what would you do with that knowledge?
I would tell other African Americans about the knowledge that I learned and definitely spread the knowledge, specifically the teachers at this school, so that they could educate the students more about our own roots instead of learning about racist white people. I think we should learn about historical Black figures that empower Black people instead of learning about Black people only being slaves in the past.
I would personally like to learn more about African and African American history in the same depth that we learn about European and European American history. I would also like to explore the different cultures as well as the many accomplishments of African nations. Regarding African American history, I would like to learn more about the people who fought for our freedom beyond just Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Rosa Parks, and Harriet Tubman. Schools should regard education about Africa in the same way they regard education about Europe. We should learn about the famous people, inventions, cultures, etc., all while not ignoring the way African nations and people were exploited and abused. I recommend interactive methods such as research activities, games, field trips, etc., so that students can really grasp the content as well as why it is crucial to learn about these things.
I feel like learning about African Americans is important because I think that you would want to know where you actually came from, where your ground roots are from, why they do the things that they do in their culture, and why did it really happen? Like things in slavery. I know you can't really explain that, but why?
But if you have people talk about their culture, how what they eat, how they live, where they live, what do they usually do, it makes you learn more about the world. It also kind of just puts an image to you of how it actually is like over there, and it's always nice to just learn about other people's cultures, but just knowing about our own culture, it's very interesting to just know how it would have been like if we just lived back where we originated.
Honestly, especially when we have teachers of color that are not going to sugarcoat things, like back then, a lot of Caucasian teachers did. And like when they were segregated schools, and they would always paint us as the bad people. And honestly, when we really learn about it now, we learn that we weren't really doing anything to deserve the treatment that we got. It was just we're learning that they were afraid of us and wanted to put us down to keep us from thriving, and that was unfair. If I did have to choose like a question that I would want answered, it would be like, if people were not so racist back then, and if we were unified way before all the racism and segregation happened, what would our lives have been now if there wasn't so much turmoil?
I think it's important to me because we should learn more about African Americans and some Black history, because people didn't have equal rights. Like, how did we get from here from slaves to free people? Like, there's a lot of history. Maybe we should put this in a history book. It makes me feel proud to learn about my history. Really proud.
Hi again. I am so honored to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Jamila Dugan. Dr. Dugan is an author, leadership coach, and researcher. She is the co-author with Shane Saphir of Street Data, a next generation model for equity, pedagogy, and school transformation, focusing on culturally rich education environments and anti-racist approaches to learning. She began her career as an early childhood teacher in Washington, D.C., successfully supporting the implementation of the International Baccalaureate program in her school. She has served as a coach for teachers, program director, and school leaders specializing in equity-centered leadership development. Jamila holds a doctorate in educational leadership for equity from the University of California, Berkeley, a master's degree in curriculum and instruction from George Mason University, and a bachelor's degree in psychology from Fresno State University. Jamila lives in San Diego, California, with her husband and 2 children. I just want to add that Jamila recently traveled to Africa, and that increased her purpose to elevate the beauty of Black children in schools. She has said that in truth, Black students aren't lost. The question is, do we see them? Black students are everything and more. Let's show them that that is true. And then I love this quote. I love these words from her. Knowing that folks aren't loving on Black children makes me furious. So I introduce to you Dr. Jamila Dugan.
It is such a pleasure to be with everyone today, and this conference has been amazing, and thank you so much for that warm welcome. I really appreciate it. And I'm excited to talk with you all a little bit more about this idea that so many of us are feeling and know, which is that Black students aren't lost. The question is, do we see them? And I spent a lot of time focusing my work specifically on why this is challenging for folks to see them and what we can really do to adjust our practice in schools. So I'm hoping you'll engage with me, and at the end, kind of get engaged in some dialogue together. I just want to share with you on this next image a little bit about some of the things I've written about lately. As I mentioned, you can go to the next slide. As I mentioned, I am the co-author of Street Data with Shane Saphir. I recently published a piece in Educational Leadership magazine, specifically focusing on equity traps and tropes, which I will talk a little bit about today. On this next slide, I do like to come into spaces and make sure that I center myself and bring the folks in the room who are very important to me. And I've been trying to figure out ways to kind of make space and places for my own cultural traditions. And so I actually want to start with an ancestral acknowledgement, along with acknowledging the land I'm on, the land of the Kumeyaay people here in San Diego. But I also want to bring in this acknowledgement. This quote just says, "The ancestral knowledge is always flowing through us, whether we are conscious of it or not. Our cultural expressions always have a way of manifesting itself in our lives. It's only when we look to the past that we can find its origins." So in my family, in my African family, we spend time when we come together, especially at Kwanzaa, but anytime there's going to be a community event, pouring libations after we call ancestors into the room. And with some of my friends and family too, my cousins, we call it pouring one for the homies to call folks into the room as well. And so I just want to call a couple of people who I know their shoulders I'm standing on. And the few folks I want to call in, first of all, as a friend who recently passed away, Cecilia, who was 35 years old and passed away in a car crash, but was making so many waves in the area of journalism, focusing on the liberation of Black people. I want to call in Ida B. Wells, who is the epitome of strength. I want to call in Maya Angelou, who is steadfast, and I want to call in Malcolm X, who gives me the permission to be unapologetically Black. I do want to share with you a little bit about me, somewhat about the professional background, and then a little bit about looking at who I am a little bit more deeply. So on this next slide, you'll see that I started out as a kindergarten teacher, as was shared earlier. I've spent time in schools as a school leader. There's me in the middle, you'll see in a second, with my wonderful students at UMing Mandarin Immersion School. I've had the opportunity to be in international baccalaureate and immersion education. My family's there on the left. Though we got married during COVID, I'm actually having my ceremony with my husband here in December. And in the last 3 years, I did receive my doctorate in education leadership for equity. I think those professional characteristics are important, but on the next slide, this is truly what's grounding me. This is Jamila in high school, a high school student who experienced many, many trials and tribulations and somehow started out as this wonderful, beautiful girl with all this abundance who failed out of high school in 10th grade. A big question I have consistently is, how did this happen and how does this happen? And the final image you'll see on this slide is a picture of my students, where when I came in, the school's focus was on missing, or what was missing from this group of kids. Why is the conversation always about what's missing from a group of kids, especially Black children who we know are full of and come to us with genius? Sharing a little bit of what I've seen in schools about this next slide kind of tells the story of what we see happening across schools in the US and how we end up focusing on what's missing with Black children. In street data, Shane and I talk about the hyper focus on test scores. At this point, the way you determine if a child is worthy or successful is based on the test scores that they receive. If they do not reach the specific benchmark, and this includes Black teachers as well when we think about education programs and the testing that they take, if you don't pass the test, you're a weak communicator, you're outside the norm, you're below average, you have poor social skills, you're underperforming. Everything that we focus on when we talk about the mark then puts us in a position almost from the beginning that we are less than. If this is the mark, this makes its way into our classrooms. And on the next slide, you see we end up with these tight codes, standards that do not come from ourselves, regulations, compliance measures that are meant to keep our focus there. I want to argue with you today that there's a different way to go, and our students just mentioned it too, and I know throughout the conference we've been talking about this as well. The next slide you'll see we have a rich knowledge base from far back all the way onto the continent, all the way up till now. In the middle, you see books like The Dream Keepers from Gloria Ladson-Billings, who's done extensive research on successful Black teachers. And on the right, one of my heroes and inspirations, Marva Collins, who took students they said could not learn and pushed them far beyond standards that people had set for them. And right now, Dr. Jarvis Gibbons is giving us the text fugitive pedagogy, which focuses on the abolitionist instruction and art of teaching through Carter G. Woodson. This is the resource we have. This is what we have to get back to. This is important because so many of us are working on this idea, this focus on equity. And as I mentioned, I spent about 3.5 years focusing on what that actually means. And on the next slide, this is one of the slides that has a little bit of information. You can actually skip that one. But this slide has a little bit of information on it, but I just wanted to acknowledge, sometimes when people say equity, why are we doing all this? There's a nebulous definition, and for me, it's very clear. And I'll just call out a couple of things. Let me pause and let you take it in for a moment. I want to call out that our work as Black educators and as folks who work in service of Black education is to acknowledge that our systems and practice and narratives are not designed for us. They're designed to perpetuate outcomes, which is why I mentioned the test score paradigm we have. It is our job to deliberately identify barriers that predict our success. We must constantly examine our relationship to this, reallocate resources. But what I want to focus this talk on is the last point on this slide, which is our work to cultivate the unique gifts and talents that every person possesses. When we think about seeing Black kids, this is related to the work of equity. So, I mean, where do we start? I have to say, when I brought in those resources and those images of those books, I've been spending a lot of time coming back to myself. And I have this pleasure on the next slide of engaging in this wonderful retreat called Sisters in Education Circle that happens every year. And it's hosted by Dr. Akosua Lesane. You'll see an image on this next slide with so many of our founding sisters. And if you pay attention to the front, you'll see Dr. Gloria Ladson Billings, Dr. Joyce King, Dr. Lisa Delpit, amazing scholars in this room. And this is just a handful of some of the folks, and in this case, wonderful Black women who have set the stage and who have done extensive research around what it means to serve Black children. This is who we should be listening to. The books that they have written, the research that they have done, and the stories they tell us. I love going to the retreat because we focus there on our joy, on our story, our ways of being, our ancestors, tons of fun, curiosity, community accountability. And what would it mean if schools and our work was focused on that? Can we imagine how different our students' experience would be? There was a student in the video that said, I wonder what it would be like if we thought about and we talked about what it was like if the folks, you know, if white folks weren't so racist, what would our lives be like? This is where we go to engage in that discussion. This is where we have to pivot. But I have to admit, I said that I write a lot about, you know, what gets in the way of this. And I do want to acknowledge, especially for educators in the room, that this is difficult to do. As much as we have all of this brilliance, that test and punish era and the history that we have, you know, come behind is difficult. And the pull toward the dominant paradigm is strong. You can go to the next slide. Someone showed this to me when the pandemic first started. On the left, you see an image of the architecture of school, which we know is built on the Industrial Revolution, at least as it stands now. And if there's a lot on the screen, but I just want to call out the top, the ringing bells, that everything is organized in a factory line. That really, at the top right, you see the piggy bank, that education is modeled on the interest of money. It is not modeled behind us. So when you think about trying to center Black children in classrooms and schools, this is what we're up against. And I thought it was funny that we had this entire disruption from the pandemic, and Crystal Watson on Twitter said, we talked about reimagining school. We had this huge disruption, and we've done just the opposite. I work with school leaders across the country, and in their work every single day, they're pushed to be aligned to that system we see on the left. And this leads us to things like this on the next slide, which I really talk about as traps and tropes. Black kids have a whole bunch of trauma coming from the pandemic. Let's do trauma-informed practice. Well, all right, we got to find some time to, you know, celebrate Black children. Let's fit in a Black event. And usually it's in Black history where we want to learn about Martin Luther King. And in some cases, when we're fitting in the Black event, it's the slavery event, which we heard students talk about. Maybe we might do some quick and dirty learning with teachers around what they can incorporate into their curriculum. And at best, I've seen folks come up with wonderful ideas around incorporating the Black perspective and diaspora into instruction, but actions stay flat. And what I've been noticing as we have begun to, you know, respond to what's happened with George Floyd and the racial reckoning people have started to talk about, we've been hiring a lot of Black folks in leadership positions, but really to place it on us to figure it out. And so in the text that I wrote with Shane in chapter 2, and in the article I wrote in Education Leadership, I outline these on the next slide as signature traps and tropes. I want to slow down and say, I'm arguing that we have to come back to ourselves. But what's difficult about that is the paradigm we have been stuck in. And for all of us, even as Black educators, we fall into these traps and tropes. I talked about it on the slide before, but I call, when we say we just want to do something about things like trauma, which does not tell the complete story, we're just doing something like a checklist. It's not full change. Sometimes if we talk about things like adding more Black faces into curriculum, sometimes people say, well, how do we improve the curriculum? Well, let's, have more Black faces in text. It's pretty superficial. That's important. But if we don't penetrate down to what it means to teach a text that is reflective of Black folks, if we don't get into the pedagogy we need, it's just superficial. And as I mentioned on that last slide, when we put Black staff members into places where they're supposed to have influence, but really we just want to hear their perspective and that's it, we tokenize, and that's a trope and a trap in itself. I don't like to leave folks with just the idea of, this being super difficult. I do believe in learning from my elders and my ancestors and reading and engaging with colleagues across the country that there is a way out. And so on this next slide, this is actually a picture of my children because they remind me, you can go to the next slide. They remind me all of the time that there is a way out. You can go to the, yep, there you go. They are such dreamers. And so whenever I think about centering Black students, I always am reminded that myself and my children, who are amazing Black children, live in this house. So what's the way forward? In the text on the next slide, this is street data. And Shane and I talk about, first of all, what is required. And so this quote says, there are no shortcuts to equity. If we hope to transform our institutions into vibrant spaces of learning for every student, we must revisit the fundamental purpose of education and commit to a long-term change process. There is a ton of energy about getting back to ourselves and enriching our curriculums. But I've been trying to impress upon people that there's urgency involved, but this is long-term. The easy pieces are grabbing text, but that's not really centering Black children. The way that we do this, first, Shane and I argue, is by choosing the margins. And I'm going to read this quote as well. I have a couple coming up here. Choosing the margins, choosing Black children. And this is what that means to me on the next slide. We decide, you can put up the quote, we choose the margins, flipping the dashboard upside down to center the experiences of those who matter most, getting rid of the focus on policymakers and certainly not test makers, but our families, our students, and our educators who breathe life into learning. So when I say choose the margins, you can go back still. What does that mean? It means that we have to listen to our kids. That was such a beautiful video. What did they really tell us? Because those are the folks who know what we need to do. They said things like, we want to move beyond slavery. They want teachers who will keep it real. They want teachers who see them as whole, don't see them just as bad, to help them see the truth. And to answer that question I brought up earlier that I heard from one of them, if people were not so racist back then, and if we were unified, what would our lives be like now? That is choosing the margins, listening, and not just listening for the sake of doing so, but then coming back with our students and saying, so what does that mean we have to change about the entire structure of our classroom and our curriculum? Let's start here, choosing the margins. This is how we actually center Black students. And then, as I started out with before, and you can go to the next slide on this, we have our greatest resource. And it breaks my heart, but in so many schools across this country, there's an amazing Black school in Philadelphia. Majority of the staff is Black. The culture is amazing. But the funders and the folks who tell them what their curriculum needs to be aren't Black folks. The folks whose curriculum are used are not by us. The people who lead their PD, professional learning, are not us. We have got to get back to our greatest resource. And I just love this quote. Every great dream begins with a dreamer. We have to dream. Always remember, we have within us the strength, the patience, and the passion to reach to the stars and change the world. We can do this if we rely on our imagination and our experiences and center those who have come before us and the voices of students today. If we do this, I believe that this can be extremely practical, and this comes from my dissertation. So many folks are hyper focused on the deficits of Black students, and we all know data like this. Satellite data, Shane and I call it. District data says Black students are suspended 3 times the rate of white students. People talk about this all the time and use this as a driver for change. The issue with that, though, is it's super deficit and not that actionable. Sometimes we get a little bit closer and we get to the map. I think of satellite, like when you're looking at Google Maps and the big, positioning of the continents. You go into the map, that might be the direction from here or there. And in my dissertation, I got clear on, well, what was happening in classrooms? Turned out that 75% of my office referrals were of Black students. But the meat, when I talk about centering Black students, is to see their experience every day. At Focus on street data and centering them, I did some observations in classrooms of students that had behavior issues. And in those observations, I found 1-hour classroom observation revealed that Black students were receiving negative to positive affirmation 7-to-1. There is no way I'm going to do well in a classroom where I do not feel like you like me and where I feel like I don't belong. Centering Black students at the change end means that we start to tune our eye to their experiences, and on the proactive end, the decisions about what we do, we center the knowledge that we get from our kids and from those who come before us. And folks like this on this next slide, Goldie Muhammad, who right now has an amazing framework, the historical literacy, responsive literacy framework. She right now has developed 5 pathways, lenses for us to think about lesson design. And she says it is our job, not as educators, to not just teach skills, but to also teach students to know, validate, and celebrate who they are. If we are going to truly make a difference, these are the folks we have to listen to. And there are so many possibilities if we do so. On the next slide, Goldie Muhammad's been churning out many examples of unit plans that center Blackness. I'm going to give you a second to see if you can see some of this, and then I'm going to speak to one of them that's just amazing. If you go back to that slide, I just want to call out some, pure genius. I get so excited when I think about classrooms that what could be reflective of this kind of instruction. So on the far right, she creates an entire unit with songs from Stevie Wonder. And she says that when we plan, we must think about the identity of our students, the skills they must learn. Our babies have to have literacy and know how to compute and all of those things. We are not forgetting that, but they have to have intellectualism. When we first, especially when folks were coming out of slavery and thinking about literacy, it wasn't just for the sake of reading. It was about figuring out how we build our intellectual capacity to challenge systems and disrupt what was not good for us. So intellectualism as important, critical thinking as important, and most important for me these days is joy. So in these Stevie Wonder songs, she has kids thinking about considering what brings them happiness and hope for a better tomorrow. Powerful. Students also learning to write personal narratives and details about moments when they realized hope. This is important when you think about what kids need to be able to do. Intellectualism, students learning about the robin bird, its characteristics and habit. There's so much, richness in STEM when you think about that. Criticality, students will consider the inhumane social conditions that led to Stevie Wonder creating that song. I think of so much holistic learning there, the beauty of Stevie Wonder and the songs that he develops, their ability to compose, and what really was important that led him to create a song of this nature. And finally, students getting to be able to bring in what they love, which is music often, them listening closely to the musicality of Stevie Wonder to determine why he used the metaphor of the robin bird to speak to tomorrow's hope. This is the argument I am making, that we must get back to ourselves and start to design our learning with this in mind, and the possibilities are endless. Before I have us move to more of a discussion and some questions, I just want to end by going back to a story that I started with but only scratched the surface on. Go to this next slide. I began as a teacher in Washington, D.C. And the bottom picture, both pictures of my students, is the first group of students someone allowed me the privilege to teach. And when I first came to my school, one of the students in that bottom picture, it was tough. Threw chairs, kicking, screaming. He did not want to be with me at all. And when I first encountered this, as much as I, wanted to be a teacher who was about serving Black children, I, had no idea what to do. Here I was in a building where the conversation was about us being a Title I school and our low performing students and the need to get them to grade level and the issues that they might be experiencing at home. And very quickly, my lens shifted from this place of inspiration to the deficits I was going to fix. So in the beginning stages of having this particular student, it was very much around how I could get him to a place where he would sit down and allow me to teach. Over time, though, I had two important things happen, and I think this is important. The first was my Black assistant principal, who sat me down when I said, I think this student needs to not be in my class. And she said to me, do you want to teach here? And it took me aback. Do you want to teach here? And I was upset, but her question sat with me. Do I really want to teach here? Because if I want to be a teacher in this building, it is important for me to be in an abundance mindset. So what's important in that is just the power of accountability, community accountability. And the second thing that was pivotal for me was having the opportunity to go through a series of learning about when you have an abundance mindset to not only your students, but our entire families. In going to that, I learned about this, strategy of listening to families with an open mind and open heart. And I had the chance to speak to this particular student's mother, and I was just asking her about, her experience and, how this particular student enjoyed home and what was going on. And I found out that he had just had a brand new baby brother. He was on his own, and suddenly a new brother had come into the house. And so really what was happening for him, as she described, was he was struggling not getting the same attention that he had. It's so humane. Why is that so hard for us to get to? When she told me that, I eased up so much and reminded myself of what my job really was to do, was to see him and to take him where he wanted to go and where his mom knew he could go as well. So what I did is I started to sit down with him in the library in my classroom, and I would just show him different books. He would come sit with me in the library. And eventually I found out that his greatest interest was insects. Sitting there with him, and once I got to the insect books, his eyes were so bright. He was so interested. I took his interest in insects and started to design my writing lessons with that in mind and with him in mind. And this student who came to me throwing chairs, kicking, all of these things, left my classroom on a second grade reading level. When I think about that, It reminds me of what it means to center truly the abundance of Black children, what it means to bring that to our pedagogy, and what it means for us to get our kids to really where we want them to go and where we want to go, which is truly student-centered instruction. And so that above picture reminds me of what happened when I started to do that. We used to have dance parties after I got my act together and had that wonderful accountability. And the children in that first year of my classroom really taught me a ton and serve as the true impetus for this conversation today. So I thank you all for listening to me talk to you about these ideas centering Black children and how we can overcome barriers to doing so. And I'm ready to engage in some Q&A.
Hi, I'm back. Jamila, I was like, where did he let me in? I can't talk to her. That was so excellent. And one of the things that was so great about it is that that you took us from focusing on our students as deficits, but focusing on our students as celebrations. And the joy that you have in your recounting of your experience with Black students is so catching. And that is what school is supposed to be about, a place of wonder and joy. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Dr.
So I wanted to ask you to go a little deeper in what do you think is so challenging for folks to see our Black students. I want to put some things for you to think about as you answer. You know, we are in a system in which 85% of the students are white. And here in California, you know, we are in the same similar situation. And in other cities across the country, even cities that are predominantly Black, 90% of the teachers are white. So I would love for you to talk about what could interfere with the lens, depending on the culture of the teacher. And if there's any way for us to get around that, and then I have a second question. So the first is the challenge, why we can't see our babies.
Yes, thank you for that question. I really appreciate it. So I think when I was starting the conversation around the way the structure of our schools have built, our entire brand and being has been hijacked. The knowledge and resource is there, has been there, but from the funding to the curriculum to the standards, I am fine if people want to choose to focus on the Common Core standards. Those were developed by white people. The funding for our education system, that's also largely led by white people. We really need reparations around that. When we think about curriculum, the curriculum that people primarily use right now are also designed by white people. I've spent a lot of time on these websites and trying to understand who's behind what we're doing. And it's not to say that we cannot collaborate, but really every piece of our education system in our schools has been hijacked. There's a text that people really love that I won't mention. People use it a ton. The entire text is developed by two white men who learned from a Black woman teacher. The entire text.
That's right.
And so this is the challenge we're up against, where we have been taught to ask everyone and trust everyone but ourselves. And so when you think about being in a dynamic where the majority of our teachers are white, that makes the likelihood of breaking from this even more difficult, right? And so I think for me, what I've started to see is that places like Sisters in Education Circle, where I have started to build my own community of Black educators, have been everything. And so if you are someone who is in a dynamic where you're of a small minority, even though we're a part of a global majority, we've got to create our spaces where we're going to get resourced around that. Because it is an uphill battle. It really, really is. I think the second thing is that we have got to, and I hope from this conference people get it, permission to say, no, I'm not going to just use the curriculum or books you tell me to. I have offered now 4 different books: Cultivating Genius, The Dream Keepers, Fugitive Pedagogy. Those are 3 of them that we could be relying on. But it is, you know, it is a challenge for us to be able to break, because everything is designed not with us in mind, and often now, you know, reinforced by folks around us, and in many ways through our own internalized racism, can be, you know, reinforced for us by us. So that's what I would start with there.
Okay, a little tough. I said, that's why I said in the beginning that recognizing that in the public school system, most of the teachers are white. But some of the questions in the chat were similar to mine. How can parents help with this? You know, they send their children off to school. What can parents do to support educators to teach their students in ways that are supportive of them? What is the parent piece, especially given that the teacher may not look like the parent? Mm-hmm. What could be the parent role in bridging that gap? I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, it'll be just great.
Yeah, my dissertation is actually on interactions between parents and teachers to support the success of African American students in elementary schools. And I had the pleasure when I was working at UMing to be a part of parents of African American students studying Chinese, PASC. I know that's a mouthful, but much of my response to that question comes from those two places, and as a parent myself, right? So here's one thing that I learned that is just not fun. And I think you and I, Dr. Lynch, talked about this on the phone. The way that teachers are trained to think about teaching, often especially white teachers, is to educate you from me to you. Yes. It is not seen or taught to see our work as collaborative. And so this researcher is escaping me, but she talked about this idea that it actually is incumbent on teachers to see their role as collaborative, but that's not the case right now. So what do we do about that? A couple of things. So one is that I believe that every parent needs to have a meeting with teachers and the school, if they can, specifically the principal, about the vision of that school and what they prioritize in the school, what's important to them, and to share the things that matter to them most. We are allowed to do that. It might seem funny, even for me, with all this knowledge. My husband was like, "Did you reach out to the principal yet?" I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna do it." But that first meeting I had with the principal, that was not about what's wrong or any of that, to say, "Hey, I'm a parent and I very much care about my students' education. I want to be able to talk to you about that." At this point, we can also do that virtually, right? So I think those early meetings around what you prioritize, and if there's a specific content area that you're worried about or just curious about, I think it's okay to get specific. A good colleague of mine, and I'd be happy to share this resource afterward, Dr. Charles Cole, developed a set of questions for parents to take with them during and throughout the year to ask teachers. And so things like, what's my child's reading level? What do you do to support my kid in reading? What text are you using, right? All of those questions I think are important that parents can ask. I think the second is for us to be okay with saying, hey, here's how I would like you to communicate with me. And I don't just mean communication vehicles, but I want to hear what my child is doing well. If you're having an issue with my child, please share with me the things that you are proactively doing before you contact me about it. And I certainly hope I'm receiving, positive phone calls home from teachers and parents. And then if you're a parent or family that has a lot of time, I think it was really powerful to have parents actually in my classroom. So to bring in text, I had my parents were a part of lots of different things, not just field trip. We did community walks. So I think if you're a teacher and if you're in a position of leadership and can ask this of your teachers, to have them bring families in, whether that be in person or virtually, those are the ways that I think parents can really be supportive of what's going on in the classroom and be, adamant.
Okay, someone asked me to link your dissertation. I wanted to ask you about a couple of things, and then I want to get back to this Africa-based curriculum. But first, I just, in looking at some satellite data, and then in conversations with other educators, that when they print out the data, they have Black students are usually on the bottom. And I have seen also that often Black students and poverty, they put an equal sign between that, and it has no basis in truth. What kind of questions can folks meetings, in convenings at the school and district level, do to shift that kind of thinking. And then just to add a little bit more to complicate things, you know that we can go work in education for decades and Black students will be on the bottom and everyone continues to work as if that's a norm. So it's a big thing. It's disrupting a norm, you see, because we have made it easy for people not to feel badly or feel less than adequate as a teacher if Black students aren't doing well. So what have you experienced, or maybe you just have maybe you have an example that you could share with us about something that can be done to begin to move that?
Thank you. The second part I might have to have you share with me again. I was writing some thoughts to the first piece around it when we see this data, the satellite data for Black students. And so this is something that I'm in practice right now with district leaders. And so I think the first thing we think about is before the meeting that we have in that meeting. And that is the design question around how are we going to approach this meeting if families were in the room? Like if they were in the room with us, how do you think we should be having this conversation? But once we are in the room, whatever our positionality is, I think we have to have a lens about the whole story. And so I think when I look at data, typically I'm thinking what's missing in the data, and I'm going to ask that out loud, right? Who is in this discussion that's talking about this data? Who is not in the room as we're talking about this data? Who do we have to listen to learn more? And that's where Black students come in, right? You can't stop at looking at the data. Okay, you've seen it. You can see that, and then you can ask a whole bunch of questions about that. And you take those questions to the street data, and you ask kids what they believe contributes to the way their schools run. But I honestly don't want to talk about the deficit of Black children. I really don't. I'm not interested in that conversation. And so for me, it's really about, what have students told us is the ideal experience they want to have at school? Because I bet you your data is not going to show me that. I just worked with a group of Black students in a focus group this week. We were in a co-generative dialogue. I was asking them all the questions, and I was like, we are not getting anywhere. So I said, hey, you all have 80 minutes advisory block. What is it? How is advisory going to go? You all tell me. They got so excited. And they start going, I can tell you exactly what they said. They said, well, first we want to start in a circle like this and just check in with each other and to see how each other is doing, because I don't know what happened when you left school. And then we want to vote on what happens. We want to brainstorm activities and vote on what happens after that. And then we want to compete, maybe compete against some different classes. And then afterward, we can engage in some reflection about our learning. You can, add in some points you want us to learn. Now tell me the data that shows me that we're doing that. That's the question I have. I think it's a completely different question. What have the kids said that they want their experience to be? And what data are we collecting that's aligned to those kinds of questions? So that's the first piece. And then you were telling me another portion of this.
I have a bad double question habit. What you've seen, because you're working in this area of data, you see them equating Black with poverty. So yes. Yeah, and there's a couple of questions in the chat that I'm going to ask you next, but I just I guess it goes along with what you just said, which is not giving credence to those things that make no sense.
They don't. I mean, honestly, we've been in those meetings before. And have you ever come out of a meeting, have any of us come out of a meeting and be like, yes, this is great. This is exactly why I came to, teach or lead. And we very quickly, similar to when I was in the classroom, go down the deficit rabbit hole. Now I've come in here saying that I care about Black children, but now the real focus is fixing them, trying to figure out what's the issue, how poor are they, how much trauma have they engaged in. It's not to say that there is not an impact if a child engages in poverty, but first of all Black kids are not poor. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And being someone who is not of financial means does not mean that you're not of other means.
That's right. So,
I think we've got to move away from that.
Yes, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions in the chat and then come back to the final question, which is on curriculum and Africa Center curriculum. But so one of the participants asked, if most Black children's teachers are white, Isn't it critical to find ways to get more of them to see Black students and Black parents?
I think 100%. And that's where I think that leadership really matters. And so I'm going to answer that in the way that I believe is ideal and the way that a lot of folks experience the world right now. So ideally, we are in the position where leaders have a moral imperative, and we are hiring leaders, especially if you're, district leaders hiring principals and principals hiring teachers. We are hiring folks who have a moral imperative that come to the work with an abundance mindset and a willingness to learn, right? And in those places and spaces, we invest in coaching folks. And we invest in coaching folks with an abundance mindset. And so in my dissertation, where I was talking about working with teachers, before I used to think I can talk to teachers about like why things are racist and, how what you just did was racist and all of that. But that's not as effective, I've actually found. I found it more effective for us to be doing wider learning about systems that are working against students, but in the coaching. Hey, so I just did an observation. And in this observation, here's the notes, none of my judgment, the literal things that you said. And let's look at your interactions with Bobby, right? Let's look at the interactions with Bobby. This teacher that I'm talking about in that example, oh my gosh, everything I said to him was a redirection. Everything I said, I told him to get up. I told him to move. I told him to sit down. I feel horrible about that. That's not for me to judge. It's then to say to the teacher, what do you think about that? What do you think the impact on Bobby is around that? Then what can you do differently? And teachers can get to very specific things they can do. Well, what I need to do is increase my positive reinforcement to this student. That's how you get people to see, is by truly being in a place of low inference and then being able to do it from there. All right, let's pretend my leader is not cultivating a coaching environment. This is, again, where I think the parents can come into this, and colleagues, lateral colleagues. Parents, there's no reason why we can't ask to do an observation of their kid in the classroom and take the same kind of notes, take the same kind of notes. And even in meetings for IEPs, also to be jotting down notes about how students are talked about, and to give that back to people and ask them, is this how we want to talk about children? Those are the things I think helps folks see Black children. But, the thing I think that's really hard about that is that sometimes people's understanding of seeing is that surface aspect I said, by like, let's add some books and some faces on the wall. And so, I think that this is where the resourcing I talk about comes in from other places to give you the strength to keep going back at it. If you're a teacher who does understand this, or if you're someone who maybe is not of African or African American descent, to bring these learnings to places and spaces of power and asking them to do something with it.
I do agree with you. One of the things when I was a principal and also a superintendent, my teacher observations were anecdotes, and the same thing would happen. I didn't say anything. I came in, said I'm coming in. I wrote exactly what everyone in the class was saying, typed it up and gave it back to the teacher and said, okay, then come, let's talk. You got so much more, you see, rather than if I were being directive and said, you should do this, and it comes right up because this is what was being said. And it's always, I said that? Yes.
Sure did.
So that's a really good tool that you just shared. And someone asked about, what other things, what can they do? What can you recommend in this work that would move people down a little further?
Yeah, for the person who asked that question, is there a particular group of people that they are thinking about, teachers, parents, district? Because there's so many different ways to think about recommendations.
It sounds like a practitioner trying to find ways to see Black students and to build curriculum, which could lead right into the conversation we're going to have now about curriculum content. But I don't know what to do. And that we have encountered that with teachers. So, and you have shared a lot about where to start. And I think sometimes we think we didn't hear it, but you already said it. You just have given such amazing guidance when you talk about design questions, when you talk about resources, and you showed us resources. I'm just repeating this back into the space. And when you say just to say no, when you say to be collaborative, both with parents and with colleagues, because together maybe we could think it through. When you talk about meeting with our leadership and asking questions. So I think that those are just, it sounds as if there are habits. We used to call them habits of mind.
Yes, habits of mind.
But we could call them habits of practice now that gets us down the road with serving Black students better. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think the reason why, and I promise I'll give some I'd add some concreteness to this. I don't believe any of this is linear. It's just not linear, a linear process. Working on this is a complex challenge, not a complicated challenge. Complicated challenges, it's hard to figure out, kind of like a master schedule. It's hard to figure out, but if you get the right people in the room, you can figure out what the schedule needs to look like, right? Complex challenge is making sure that those classes are inclusive. Completely different challenge. There's emergence that happens. So I typically think of things in pathways and through 3 lenses. The first comes from Zaretta Hammond, who wrote about culture responsive teaching in the brain. She says that you have to locate yourself. There's fluency that you need to think about. There's capacity you need to think about. And she might term it different, but there's agency. So first of all, to what degree can you talk about these issues with fluency in a way that other people can understand, in a way that you understand yourself? If you are in a place where you can't yet articulate for yourself what it means to see Black children, that's where you need to start. You have to read, you have to watch, you have to talk, and you got to do it over and over again till you have fluency. And then your team has to have fluency. Don't go trying anything and you don't know what you're talking about. Don't go trying restorative practice or restorative justice or culture responsive teaching. Just don't do it. I'd rather you not do it if you don't know what that is, right?
I love being an amen corner.
Right? Fluency. Second is your actual capacity to do it, right? So you might have these ideas, but do you all have the right people in the room that can actually actualize whatever ideas that you come up with, right? Do you all actually have the skill to do so, right? If you don't have that, that's where professional learning comes in, right? And learning, okay, just trying out what might some of these moves and skills look like if I was to center Black students in the classroom. What might it look like, and training around that? And then it's expertise. That's what it is, expertise, right? So we got the capacity, but like, now can we do it well? So I think if you feel like you have the fluency, you have the right people there, then it's about getting in the room and putting on that radical imagination and saying, instead of what are the standards and how are we going to teach them, we have 120 minutes before lunch with kids. We have 120 minutes before the bell rings. How do we want to spend that time? Which then takes me into the other piece, is you got to start with listening to kids. That co-generative dialogue with talking with them about their experiences and all that. I gave them the paper. I literally gave them the paper and I said, now the 4 of you are done talking to me. I'm a watch and you tell me how it should be structured. And then I said, all right, these are the pieces I can take to the teachers now, right? We can't take all of it yet, but this is why we're going to engage in cycles of 4 meetings. And then we're going to we're going to try it on and come back. And you've got to be accountable to the kids. They tell you what to do. You have to try it on and you have to go back and say, did it work? Right? So, yeah.
Yeah, because when you ask them, it's not that you're asking them not to do it, which we do a lot. We ask questions, but we don't really own the answer as an action item. So I just want to close on a couple of things for you to just say a statement or two, although you have already said that. I'm going to ask you to say something about culturally responsive teaching, and I'm going to ask you to say something about African and African American centered curriculum. But you showed us a beautiful example of culturally responsive by nesting a unit on insects in a Black child's interest. It was beautiful. But anything more that you can add to that would be fabulous. And sorry for my double questions,
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. I did already forget the second part. I was writing something to the first part. My apologies, but you'll tell me again. What was the second part?
We have to close anyway, so I'm going to just be quiet.
Okay. All right. So for the CRT piece, this is again where fluency, we should get to a place where this should come to us very quickly. I can tell you what CRT is based on my understanding from Dr. Gloria Latson-Billings. It's about academic.
Well, not CRT, culturally responsive teaching. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Academic achievement, cultural consciousness.
That's right.
Social, political context. So for educators in the room, to what degree do my lessons set students up for academic achievement. She defines this as active though. She gives the example of students who are learning to be doctors. They try it on, they have learn a set of content, then they have to pretend that they're in a situation and do it. That's real academic achievement. To what extent do my lessons allow for cultural consciousness around different groups and for my own? And then to what degree am I considering the social political context? We can all do that right now. Like, we don't need anyone else to start considering that in our meetings or in our work. And so I heavily believe in culturally responsive teaching if you understand what that really means and if you're going to commit to it throughout everything. It's not a band-aid, it's a way of being and approaching everything. And then coming from that, you center Black students by, as I was mentioning, talking to them. Sit with a kid in the library and find out what they're interested in. I had some teachers talk to me about, I asked my kids what they want. They said Spider-Man and they said rainbows. And I was like, those aren't like things we can work with. I said, what? Well, I want to talk about Spider-Man too. Why does he have those webs? Does he like his cape? Would he really want to be focusing on these, kinds of guys? What would he do if he could focus on something else? All of those are interests of kids, and we have to take that and design from there. And African American students, as we heard, and I'll end on this, they just told us, literally just told us what they want to learn. So we could literally, all of us, take that snippet. It was only like 2 or 3 minutes. And then go to our table and say, how does my next set of units reflect any of what students are talking about? And if it doesn't, and I can't do it for this next unit, well, what am I doing when I come back for January, right? That's it. They told us. That's what a centering is, listening and then doing something different.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I want to tell you that one of the our participants asked if the link to your dissertation. So if you could share it with us, we could put that in, they'll be able to go back into our website and get links and things like that. That would be so wonderful.
I'll send it right now.
Thank you so much. Am I pronouncing your last name properly? I would say Dugan.
Yes, it's wonderful. Jamila Dugan.
Thank you. Big hugs. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I was just going to say, I've been trying to generate a lot of ideas. If you want to follow me on Twitter at Jamila Dugan, I've been trying to think about what will help as people are thinking about doing things differently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm up again. I'm a practice person. By practice meaning that I'm a teacher, principal, school-based K-12 person. And now we would love to share with you a partnership that AAI, the African American Institute, has with schools in Detroit. It's actually a little district, and I just want to share with you about that. If you want to go fast, go alone. Well, I'm going to stop and just let you read it because it is from our ancestors that we've been hearing. So this is an African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. The African American Institute wants to go far. And so the very basis of our work is collaboration and partnership. AAI is unique because it has a hands-on approach in its work with schools and students. That began in the 60s and 70s, where AAI was supporting and taking teachers from the United States to Africa, where they could have hands-on experience, authentic learning about Africa to bring back to their classrooms. And then George Floyd's death ushered in a reckoning, and AAI responded by recommitting itself to the school services work. All students, especially Black students, deserve a just and equitable education. A central part of that equity is that students are taught truthful and scholarly history of the role of Africa in the progress of our world and African Americans in the development of the United States. This has to be a central equity issue. What better organization to help schools promote and implement Africa in the world than the African American Institute? We are honored to enter into a partnership with the University Preparatory Schools in Detroit, Michigan, as a resource and support of their culturally responsive teaching and learning initiative. Ms. Sharon Hopkins, coordinator of their initiative, will share more.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to be here. First of all, Dr. Lynch and I have been working together for a year, and when she asked me to do this, I was so excited to share our work. I am Sharon Hopkins. I am the Director of Curriculum and Instruction for Social Studies K-12 for University Prep Schools. UPrep Schools has a rich history in the city of Detroit. We were founded 21 years ago. We have a reputation for clean, safe schools where our 99% African American student body expresses that they feel a sense of belonging in our schools. We have a vision, if you could go to the next slide. We have a vision that our school provides a culturally responsive educational experience for our scholars that builds academic competence, habits of work, scholarship, and self-actualization, empowering them to successfully accomplish their post-secondary plans, as well as socially and civically engage as change agents for themselves and their community. That is a very lofty goal. And while we are pushing towards that end, we have essentially committed ourselves to culturally responsive teaching wholeheartedly 100%. We are rooted, our strategic vision is rooted in Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory, meaning we have a goal to impact every part of a child's ecosystem, and we know that schools are a central part of their microsystem. So part of my work as a social studies director is not only to ensure that culturally responsive teaching happens in our social studies classroom, but as a member of our central office team, I'm also part of ensuring that culturally responsive teaching permeates everything that we do. So as Dr. Lynch mentioned in the beginning of the pandemic, we came together to kind of collaborate, bringing the rich resources that AAI has to some of the work that we've been doing over the past several years. As Dr. Dugan mentioned, this is hard work. So Dr. Lynch and I come to you as practitioners, kind of talking about how do we bring the theory that's available out there? How do you actually begin to tackle that really tall mountain of actually implementing this into school systems? So that is what our presentation is going to be about today. So what I'd like to do now is kind of give an overview of the initiatives that we have been engaged in prior to AAI coming along, but they have really been strengthened once we engaged in that partnership. So we had a goal of making sure that our curriculum was responsive to the needs of our 99% African American student body. So we really wanted to ensure that it met the metrics of culturally responsiveness as outlined by the NYU Metro Center for Equity and the Transformation of Schools. So we engaged in a curriculum review, which I'll talk more about later, to ensure that we were being culturally responsive in the materials that we put in front of our students. As previously mentioned by other folks, we are dealing with the real issue of teachers feeling uncomfortable with teaching African and African diaspora history because that's not the position in which they come from. So AAI was very integral in bringing in another partner, the Michigan State University Department of History, to kind of help build that content knowledge and that capacity of our teachers, no matter what their social location is, to be able to teach that history to our students. Another piece that we've worked with in terms of teacher development is engaging in a book study with not only our teachers, but our leaders in the Doretta Hammond text, Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain. We've engaged in that book study over the past couple of years to ensure that we have a common conception of what is it that we mean when we say culturally responsive teaching. Why is culture so important for our Black students in order if we're going to ever teach them and they're ever going to self-actualize? We also talked about what that pedagogy is. So we have an initiative around that. Also working with the Doretta Hammond work, we engaged in the Culturally Responsive by Design PLC, where we had a number of our teachers and leaders engaged in that to really do some action research around what our students need and then learn about it and then go back and implement that into the classroom. And then our last initiative is really about engagement, engaging parents, engaging our staff, and most importantly, engaging our students and getting some meaningful perception data about what they'd like to see transformed in our schools and how we can make that vision become a reality.
Hi, I'm just going to talk a little bit more with us about the African American Institute partnership, and then we'll get into detail about what took place, some of the actual work that took place at the University Preparatory Schools. So in our work with schools and districts, we take a 360 approach. By 360, it means that the experience in schools is multifaceted. Definitely, much of what happens for students and what transforms them is nested in curriculum, as you heard in the earlier conversation. So at the African American Institute, we're very, very focused on the fact that a curriculum that is truthful and scholarly, that centers Africa in the world and African American in the United States is essential for students to be able to get the truth and use it to move forward. Secondly, curriculum. Secondly, instruction. And instruction that is, yes, we always say we want culturally responsive instruction, but the instructional practice, what do you do? You can have an idea and a philosophy, but what you do so that students learn is definitely important. So that's another area of work that we take very, very seriously in terms of moving students forward and engaging them. And then a third area is, as Sharon just mentioned, student voice and student engagement, that we are tending to the needs of students, the voice of students, and that they see themselves as action people, as change makers in their own schools. And then that parent and community engagement is a big part of the work that we do, not just to have the parent voice and the community voice, but as resources, because often we don't realize that some of what we need is right there, but we don't see it because we think it's coming from someplace else, and it's right among our parents and our community. So I want to give you a couple of examples. So as Sharon mentioned, one of the things that AAI did was reach out to the Michigan State University, and they were able to provide us some scholars who developed a series of lectures. And of course, even that approach was collaborative, because the University Preparatory Schools shared with us their thinking around what is it that their students need in terms of their curriculum. And then AI scholarship in this area thought about that. How is it that one structures that? And then the work with the scholars themselves in creating these presentations. And I want to say something about a couple of them. For example, one of the lectures on Africa that I really just enjoy so much, and these lectures were given to the teachers, right? So the teachers were supposed to take this information, the content of this information, and bring it back to their students, infuse it into their curriculum. So one of the presentations on Africa was called How Africa Continues to be the Breadbasket of the World. You see, and we have not thought of that, but we didn't even realize that as we're talking today using all this technology, as we use our cell phones, that we can do so because of Africa, because of those minerals that are in Africa. That right now in Africa, Africa is providing gold, is providing copper, is providing rice, is providing chocolate, is providing coffee. In fact, the first coffee started in Africa and Ethiopia and left from there to the Middle East and then around the world. So in this presentation, the scholar shows how so much of what we consider the progress of the world, especially in the past 2.5 centuries, is dependent on the resources of Africa. And Africa is not presented like that. And so you can imagine the impact such knowledge will have on the students, that they're seeing the positive. The other piece that is shared about Africa is also the labor, because in order for all of those minerals and palm oil and coffee and all of that to be extracted from Africa, somebody has to work. And so we are living from the work of our brothers and sisters in Africa, and we have to acknowledge and recognize that. In the presentation on African Americans, one of the ones that was really key was viewing the enslavement of Africans not as slavery in the sense that often we talk about African American history as beginning with slavery. But what this presentation did was said, well, who were those people? Who were those Africans who were enslaved? And so that presentation focused on who they were. Well, where did they live? What kind of family did they have? What tribe and clan did they live in? How did they use the land? How did they share things? Did they live a communal life? What kind of government and leadership did they have? well, what kind of agriculture do they do? And in the presentation, it showed us how many of them were rice farmers, cotton farmers. Not only that, metal workers. Africa has had a long history of being able to work with iron, with copper, with gold. So these people who were enslaved brought their skills to North America. So we benefited by the progress of this nation from the skills that our African people, our African brothers brought. So that when we look at them now on plantations in the United States, we think that all of that happened there. No, but Europeans didn't know about cotton. It was the Africans that knew about cotton. And on the continent, they had a spirit of always teaching each other, of oral history. So you can imagine the Africans as they came together in North America, sharing their expertise with each other that America used to enrich herself. And I think that these kinds of lessons are important for teachers to learn and then for teachers to teach. Another part of our work with the University Preparatory Schools, as mentioned previously, was Zarita Hammond's Culturally Responsive Education by Design. Why I think that's important is that Zarita Hammond views literacy as an equity issue. You know, we are accustomed to ending the year and saying, this student didn't learn to read, and that student learned some but didn't learn enough. But wait a minute, the students come to school to learn. And if that did not happen, how are we saying that they had an equitable experience? So once you realize that literacy is an equity issue, you get behind what you need to know in order to teach the students in the way that makes them learn and also interest them in learning. Because part of literacy is this piece where the child has to want to read too. And Sharon is going to talk to you a little bit more about that when she talks about lessons in her school. We also know that in order for students to progress, they must have opportunities to lead and share their voice. The AAI School Services Program advocates for and supports schools in implementing effective student leadership practices. Finally, we must go together. Parents and community have to be part of student achievement. AAI supports schools and districts in implementing effective parent and community engagement programs. AAI engages in partnerships and collaborations because we listen. And we just heard about the importance of listening. We suggest, we recommend, we make resources available. We work side by side with schools and districts implementing the just and equitable educational practice that highlights Africa, African America, and the wider diaspora. Sharon?
If we could get the slide deck up, I'd like to talk about our first initiative, which was around curriculum reform. So what you'll see here is we really set out probably about 2 years ago to feel that the materials that we are putting in front of our students not only reflect who they are, not only give them multiple perspectives of the world, but engage them in a way that they can go out and then be the change agents that we identify we want them to be in our school's vision. So we use the NYU Metro Center Culturally Responsive Curriculum Scorecard, not only to score our English language arts curriculum, but also our social studies curriculum. So there are multiple areas in the scorecard, including representation, so how are students shown in the particular materials that are in front of them. And then there's also this piece on a social justice orientation. How is the curriculum preparing them to go out and then impact their world in a positive way? But really that goes even deeper to subvert kind of some oppression that exists and to also just be the future leaders that we know that we want them to be. So we engaged in a collaborative process. We had our principals, we had our instructional coaches, we had our teachers first do an individual review, looking at the grade level that they teach using the scorecard. And then we brought them together in community to collaborate with their colleagues to have discussions around what they found when they examined our curriculum. So some of the key pieces that we lifted up from the rubric, particularly for social studies around social justice orientation, was really around what perspectives are provided in the curriculum. Do you hear the perspectives of marginalized voices, communities? Are events taken from multiple perspectives, or is it just one dominant narrative? But also as a project-based learning focused network of schools, we wanted critical questions in the curriculum that question the status quo. So there's one thing to read the Declaration of Independence and just take it as is. There's another to have rich questions around the Declaration of Independence that really make our students think about whose voice was missing, how has this been applied over time. So we had teachers engage in that. We had a collaborative discussion, particularly around how can students then take this and challenge the economic, social, and political status quo. And scores were determined. So what you can see is there's a continuum on the scorecard that goes from culturally destructive to culturally responsive. And what we decided is that any unit or lesson that received less than a 7, we were going to rewrite that. So that's that emerging awareness. We were pleased to find that not only through our review, but also Dr. Lynch looking at our ELA, English Language Arts curriculum, that it did score more strongly. We had some work to do as it related to our social studies curriculum. So in keeping with the democratic nature of how we want our schools to operate, we involve teachers in the conversation. So we gathered a group of volunteer educators who decided that they were going to roll their sleeves up and engage in the hard work of actually rewriting curriculum around some criteria that we decided, which was included critical literacy, like what are those questions that challenge the status quo? How are they thinking like historians and being able to do that independent work on their own? Making sure that they're reflected in the text, that they're African-centered. So those folks engaged in that work. But what we also realized is not everybody was willing to devote the time to do that. So we opened it up for other folks to be contributors. So we created a Google folder, Google Docs. Hey, if you don't want to be on the committee, because we met on Fridays, during the spring, during the summer on Zoom, if they could collaborate and then, give ideas of questions that they were thinking about, PBL experiences, driving questions, simulations, different text questions, and things of those sort. So those folks got together to kind of do that curriculum work. What we found is that writing curriculum is challenging, right? There's a reason why, one, especially if you are not a person who is of the African diaspora, why we don't see more curriculum in front of our students that speaks to them. Because if you are a person that's not of color, what background information do you have? How do you even start? So what I discovered is that there was some training that needed to happen with these ambassadors around what does it really mean to create these lessons for our students. So there was some kind of professional development that was embedded in these particular things. AAI has also been a partner in providing some text for us. So we created a document where those lecturers from Michigan State University can also provide us with some text. But really a lot of the work was just folks looking at, okay, what is the content that we want our students to know? And how can we pull the pieces that are African and African-centered out of our Michigan standards to make the students want to read? Because what we know is our students will read text if they're interesting to them, and if they're not, because the students say, well, why do I have to read about these dead white men? That's a question that we don't want our students to ask anymore if we do a great job at this. So we were able to get some things done, but again, meeting on Fridays on Zoom, teacher volunteering their time. What we realized is teachers were able to write some summative assessments, move beyond the bubble. We're not asking them to regurgitate information, but making more authentic performance tasks. Teachers were able to do that and then write a few lessons, but we still have far more work to do in that regard. What I like to do now is kind of show you some examples from our curriculum rewrite and how we've kind of infused what we know to be true about culturally responsive teaching and our goal for African-centered teaching to manifest itself in our curriculum. So what you'll see here is we have what happens when you adopt school-wide or district-wide curriculum is that there, is a curriculum director or there's a team of folks in our instance that get together and review what national publishers have put out or what, your state Department of Ed has recommended. And in our instance, for our high school economics course, there is a curriculum that a group of teachers got together and made for the state of Michigan that aligns with those content standards for social studies. But what we know to be true is that much of this curriculum takes a colorblind approach to teaching economics. So for example, there's a particular lesson in this high school economics curriculum that tries to teach students about marginal analysis, cost-benefit analysis. So what happens when you make one choice, you forego the opportunities involved with that choice, whether it be time, money, satisfaction. But I will say that the curriculum does try in this lesson to teach them that it's not always so black and white. There's not just always money, time, and satisfaction involved in decision making. So the question that we developed is, what role does ethics play in economic decision making? And in the curriculum as it stands, like I said, it was pretty colorblind. It just has students look at a simulation about organ donation. So they read about what that process is like for people who need an organ transplant. And so they learned about hospitals have these committees, and then they look at the viability of the person. But actually what this lesson was showing them is it was giving them 3 different scenarios. There was no mention of race or anything. And it was based on the economic output. So who should get the organ based on their economic output? You know, how many kids this person had, how much money they made, what their impact was in the community, so on and so forth. So what we decided to do was add an additional layer to this lesson to make it more culturally responsive. Since it was about organ donation, we decided to bring in medical apartheid. Using Zaretta Hammond's Ignite Chunk Chew Review lesson delivery structure, which she has based off of like neuroscience research on how how diverse students learn, students who are marginalized in school, how their brain processes information, we decided to rewrite this lesson using that structure. So for example, the lesson opens up, these are high school 15, 16-year-olds. We ask them, once you get your driver's license, are you going to sign up to be an organ donor? Why or why not? So the idea behind this, Zaretta Hammond talks about students' intellectual curiosity needs to be sparked, or they need to make a personal connection to the forthcoming content, and then you're going to hook them in. So we have students have a discussion around that, why or why not? Often our students, feel a little leery about it. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to sign the back of that piece. So what we then do is we add in an additional text that talks about the scarcity that exists in organ donors for the African-American community. So they read an article about that, and then, there's a list of reasons as to why. One of those being like a distrust or mistrust of the, medical establishment. So then we bring in another text, a multimedia text of Harriet Washington, who is a leading medical ethicist, and her talking about the history of medical apartheid in this country, the history of, people of African descent being experimented on. So she talks about the Tuskegee experiment and different gynecological experiments that happened with Black women. She talks about Henrietta Lacks, and just the absence of consent as it relates to what has happened with her cells. So students then are starting to understand that there is some history behind this that's beyond a pathology of Black people just don't want to engage, but there's a history behind why things are the way they are. We then ask them, what is complicated by the decision? If you are on this hospital review board, is your decision complicated now that you know this? And what happens if race is a factor for one of the people in the simulation? Keeping with our goals to be culturally responsive, we really want teachers to make sure that students are allowed to chew, as Zaretta Hammond talks about, meaning engage in dialogue with one another. How are they unpacking these things without the mediation of the teacher to be able to really, have their voices heard in the classroom as it relates to whatever they're learning? And then ultimately the lesson is closed by students synthesizing it all as they think about, they write a claim using the evidence from the text about what other decisions go into marginal analysis or economic decision making. They take what they've learned in the lesson to kind of synthesize the role that ethics plays in economics, especially when you're dealing with human lives and what happens when those ethics do not exist, the different things that we know have happened there. Another example from our culturally responsive curriculum enhancements that we've made is in our high school world history course. So using the World History for Us All curriculum, we start our high school history courses off by learning about Africa. So this lesson literally centers what was African history like prior to European colonization. So essentially, each of our lessons gives a rationale for why this should be taught. So if you look at the why in this lesson, it's really talking about Africa typically being presented from a place outside of history, a place that was not civilized prior to European contact. So the goal of this lesson is to kind of debunk that myth. What does it mean when you are constantly taught that Africa is a people without history, when in fact there's so much evidence? It may not always be Textual, so the question that students are asked to answer is, how can I use textual, archaeological, and linguistic evidence to draw conclusions about history, specifically African history? So we give the rationale to teachers for them to know that the outcome of this lesson should be that students are supposed to learn that African people, especially sub-Saharan Africans, were not primitive people. There was technology, there were thriving, rich communities that happened, and that when you place them outside of history, that is a complete erasure, as some of our other folks talked about. So they start off very first lesson, day one, learning about the erasure of Africans from history. If you would hit the enter again, here's an example of a text that they look at from that lesson, where students are really looking at some archaeological evidence about what existed in Africa prior to European contact. So for example, this is evidence of like ironworking furnace that existed around 5th century in present day Rwanda. So students are then, they read an excerpt about that, and then they look at some statements to determine the validity of those statements. So some of the statements are biased. They're biased against African people having a rich culture, rich civilization, rich technology. So what we implore teachers to do with this lesson is to unpack those statements and have students have a discussion about how the evidence does not support the fact that Europeans brought this technology to Africans, but in fact, it was the other way around. So that's an example of how we have chosen to really center Africa and the teaching of Africans, but also really center the voices of our students in the way in which our teachers instruct these lessons. So teachers really focusing on what dialogue is going to happen with students and how are they going to independently analyze sources versus sitting and listening to a lecture from one perspective. There's really a focus on primary sources. We want students to engage in that tough work, right? So we know what the TNTP reports say about students not giving opportunities to be able to engage in rigorous grade level tasks. That is always at the top of our mind when we're thinking about, is it a primary source or is it from someone else who has synthesized this? How can we let our students do that tough work of doing the work of historians, of psychologists, of sociologists? How can they do that work first? So that's just an example of what we're doing. By no means are we there. There's more to be done, but it's definitely coming along. Now we'll go to yet another piece of this holistic plan that we've had to ensure that our schools are culturally responsive. One of the things that AAI brought to us was this idea that how can we lift up leadership, the voices of our students in more leadership roles. And one of the ways we wanted to do that was first finding out what they wanted. So you saw some of our students in the Student Voices video. What we did at the end of last year was we used the Youth Truth Survey, which is a nationally recognized survey where they survey students across the nation, and you can kind of get some comparative data from that. But also we were particularly interested in Youth Truth because they have a subset of questions around diversity, equity, and inclusion, specifically as it relates to curriculum. So in around June of 2021, we surveyed our students in grades 3 through 12. We surveyed our staff and our families. And what we found, so here's an example of our middle school, a question from our middle school survey, which essentially asked them, how often do you learn about people of diverse backgrounds in your textbooks or in your class materials? How often do you learn about them? So what we found was that we have more work to do. We have more work to do in order for our students to, one, respond more positively to these questions and for them to be aware of the work that's happening behind the scenes. So what you'll see in terms of next steps is there's a level of awareness that we want to bring about to our students and to our families. But we also want to integrate student leadership. They won't need to be made aware if they were sitting at the table, right? So what we want to have happen is that students are involved in curriculum rewrite. Students are co-writers of lessons alongside teachers. One of the things that we've already pivoted in is we've surveyed students at the beginning of the year now. here where your students are now, here's what they're saying right now as it relates to their curriculum, their teaching and learning, how they feel a sense of belonging. And so we have some data to talk about where our students are now, and then we're responding to that data minute by minute, so that when we survey the students again in June, we hope to see some positive shift. But ultimately, we are cultivating student leaders, not only in focus groups, but like I said, seats at the table when we're rewriting curriculum. We're also doing some parent involvement initiatives in terms of letting them know not only what our vision is, that we exist to celebrate Black excellence, but also providing them curriculum nights where they get to inspect our curriculum. They get to provide feedback. We've already done that, and it's been a success. But just so those parents know how to support their students at home with what their students are learning. And as always, we're still developing teachers. This is not something, so one of the reasons why I think initiatives like this fall off is because we expect to see these quick results right away. Oh, we did that PLC with Zaretta Hammond. Everybody's culturally responsive now. We know that that's not true. It has to be constant collaboration, constant reflection. Teachers have to have more time to just digest with what it means. And so we're continuing to engage them in that work around the Ignite Chunk True Review lesson delivery structure, but also engaging them in professional learning experiences, both in-house and book studies and things like that we find. Additionally, we do have some positive outcomes that have resulted from this in terms of teachers who engaged in this professional development. So what you'll see there is we surveyed teachers before they engaged in the Zaretta Hammond professional learning community, and then after. And what you'll see is a growth in teachers feeling proficient in being able to implement the Ready for Rigor framework, which Zaretta Hammond has as a way to engage students in learning partnerships and culturally responsive teaching. So they feel more equipped to be able to do that after having gone through that professional development experience. And then at the bottom, what you'll see is just an excerpt from a teacher who, when we surveyed them in the same survey, talked about how students are more engaged with each other since she's kind of learned how to do this more practically. Students are asking questions. They're seeking to learn more on their own outside of class, which has been amazing, especially in this virtual learning experience. And then they're more open to discussions. One of the things we've been doing is having teachers plan for discussion. So what is your cue? How are you going to set aside time? How many minutes? Because what we know to be true is we don't want students to be like receptacles that Freire talks about. You know, they're just getting information. They don't get a chance to actually engage or interact or grapple. So we've been actually having teachers like really commit to that discussion time for their students. And we still have more to do on the curriculum reform. Like writing one unit, one lesson takes time. And in the middle of teaching, we just need to be able to find more time to set aside to devote so that more voices are heard, but so that we include students to be able to do that. So that's kind of our next step.
You know, Sharon, that was amazing and detailed, so that those who are listening have something that they can really go and study more and actually even try to implement. I love that you said we exist to celebrate Black excellence. Isn't that amazing? That is a beautiful reason to convene a school. Mm-hmm. So I, of course, in my way, I always end up with questions that I want to ask whenever I see anything. So I have a couple of questions for you. And one of the first ones is just like, how did the AAI lecture presentations, how did that impact your curriculum? In what ways did it impact your curriculum?
So after the presentations by the MSU scholars, we use various ways, because again, this is during the pandemic, virtual. We implemented like a Padlet, different ways for teachers to give virtual feedback around the lectures. Mm-hmm. And so what one teacher mentioned was they now have a different perspective. So it was a world history teacher. They now have a different perspective. So they mentioned that they learned about dispelling the long-standing Eurocentricity often associated with Roman culture, right? So we have in both of our middle school and world history curriculum, there's this idea that we need to talk about, as our first presenter mentioned, the contributions of Rome to civilization. And so one of the MSU presenters kind of lifted up like the trade networks between Africa and Rome, and how a lot of those things were actually, borrowed from African history. So one of our teachers, that was like an aha moment for them that they lifted up in the debrief. Another teacher talked about like how language matters and how they've been, using the word slaves. And one of the professors really tried to hit home, like, these were people that had a rich history. They had various roles and families, and they were enslaved, right? That's the condition that they found themselves in. But when we talk about them as if that they were property, which they ended up being, like it shifts something in the way that we talk about them. So one teacher mentioned being very cognizant of their language, but also another teacher talked about their approaching their lesson planning from thinking about Africans who were integral and they were masterful, they were advanced, and talking about what their motivations were as a starting point instead of what happened to them. So what were their motivations for how they engaged in the world, not starting from, this is what happened in the Congo, but what was great in the Congo before Leopold got there.
That's right. And I just want to ask, how do you manage our rigor? How do you make sure, and that the way that we teach Africa and African American is a rigorous curriculum. It's a rigorous approach to teaching history.
Yes. So one of the things, I don't know if there's a saying for it, but I bet if you would ask teachers in our network, it's like primary source or bust, historical thinking skills or bust. Because if you are constantly putting secondary sources in front of a student that has been interpreted by some scholar, by some person, especially a person that's not of color, they're not coming from a place of asset, what you will get is reentrenchment of more of this deficit thinking about people of African descent. So what we really have strived for, especially in the last 3 or 4 years, is what is the ratio of primary sources that you are putting, even our fifth graders, that you are putting in front of students where they are coming to their own conclusion about what happened, because that's the real critical thinking, them constructing their own narrative, but also really lifting up the historical thinking skills and those questions involved in that. So like, what's the bias? What was the author's point of view? How might this same event been different had it been in a different context? So we're really focusing on making that like a system. So what you will find when you go into our classrooms is you'll see historical thinking charts on the wall. You will see them taped to the students' desk, and you will see students being able to use that language. I'm corroborating sources right now because I want to know who else's perspective existed in this. So I can think of a lesson where they're looking at, Nat Turner's rebellion, and they're looking at, the government's lawyers, and then they're looking at Nat Turner's speeches. So we really are trying to make sure that primary sources come first, and that the questions that students are being asked are those higher level
questions. I just want you to define something, because sometimes when we talk as practitioners, we assume everyone knows what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. So you just give a quick definition of primary source, mm-hmm. and a quick definition of secondary source, please.
Yeah. So the primary sources are those documents, those artifacts that exist from that particular time period. So it can sometimes be difficult if you're teaching, ancient world history. But the goal is, the majority of the time when available, to put actual sources in front of our students from that time period. So in the example I mentioned, we can look at some historians' interpretation of who Nat Turner was, or we can look at Nat Turner in his own words. We can look at what Frederick Douglass said about Nat Turner, and then we can look at what happened in the trial of Nat Turner from those documents that we have from that. We put all three of those pieces together, and that allows the students to become the historians versus them being passive in learning about this history, and depends on who's teaching it, what they come up with. If we talk about secondary sources, that's the opposite. That is, some person has studied, they've done some research, and they've made some interpretation about what happened in the Nat Turner Rebellion, and then students just read their interpretation instead of coming up with their own.
One of the interesting things that we're completing is your chart with resources for history, and then later also for English language arts. Could you tell us a little bit about how your teachers are expected to use those resources? When I say we, I mean African American Institute is partnering with you in populating that chart.
Yeah. So the chart that Dr. Lynch is referring to is, we looked at our 6th through 12th grade. Here's what the Michigan standards say, the course of study is for that. Here are, an umbrella of standards in a unit. What sources can we bring in that center Africans, that center people of the diaspora? And so on that chart, they're currently populating that. And so we have to sit down with the ambassadors and then see if we can get some new ambassadors, especially our students, to say, like, which one of these is important to you? How can we integrate this? But definitely as they're sitting side by side, lesson planning to like pull from that and not only integrate it, but in a lot of instances, center it, like teach around that text versus especially those secondary ones. So we're looking at integrating that into our continuing curriculum reform.
Okay, thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I just want to summarize. You can stay there because we're going to, after I finish this, we'll bring up the last slide. But I do want to just reiterate a couple of points because we've said a lot. And I know I talk fast and I don't know if you got it all, but I just want to highlight three big pieces that the African American Institute is always working on, always perfecting. And that's the first thing is curriculum. And sometimes we have done African American history as a sidebar, but that is not what we're saying. And that's not what we heard from you Prep also. It is not a sidebar. It's that when you enter into studying the history of the world, you have to look at where was Africa, what was Africa doing, how did Africa contribute? And every time you do that, you come up with scholarly and truthful curriculum information to teach the students. So it's not a sidebar. You heard Sharon said that they have the curriculum and the standards for Michigan, and then they look at where was Africa in this topic that they want us to study. Where were African Americans at this time period? What were they doing? So that it's not a separate history, it is the history. So I want to really emphasize that. And to do that, it requires a lot of scholarship, a lot of study, but it's worth it because we really don't have one particular text that we could use. So we have to study, we have to always be reading articles, rewriting them so that the students can access them. But the great thing about it is that if you seek to teach from a scholarly and truthful perspective, you teach the truth of the African diaspora. And the second piece is on instruction. And that instruction is important. And that is also a scholarly practice because you have to know how the brain learns. So that's one thing. The second thing is you have to be interested in and learn and know and acknowledge the cultural ways that African American people learn and how their way of learning can be used and is used to advance them in the classroom. And then put that together in this whole idea of being culturally responsive. And culturally responsive also means in the materials that you share with the children. Sharon just mentioned primary documents, but also when students are reading books, when they're reading articles, where are they and their rich experience in those materials that you share with them in the classroom. And the final piece is agency. You know, we started off by talking about the people that were enslaved, being communal, being in clans, sharing their resources. So agency is important because we do believe that the students and their family and their parents and their community have a role and a voice in their learning, and that actually, and in teaching us, you know, and to see the students and their parents as an asset, and our students as leaders and collaborators. So I just wanted to kind of bring us back to those 3 points as we close.
Thank you, Sharon, for sharing University Preparatory Schools Culturally Responsive Education Initiative. But thank you most of all for being so detailed about the work in classrooms with students. I am sure educators receive the information they need to replicate and implement some of the practices that you have outlined. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Honorable Lester Young Jr., Chancellor of the Board of Regents of the University of the State of New York, who will share a few words.
Good afternoon. My name is Lester W. Young Jr., and I am the Chancellor of the New York State Board of Regents. I'm sure you agree, today's conference was informative, necessary, and energizing. I would like to thank the conference participants for attending this year's State of Education on Africa Conference on Teaching Africa in the World. Thank you to the amazing conference presenters for your scholarly, thought-provoking, and motivational presentations. And most importantly, thank you to the Africa America Institute and President and CEO, Kofi Opentang, for the singular leadership in transforming the K-12 teaching and learning experience by introducing informed and unbiased knowledge about Africa and the diaspora. The Nigerian writer, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, warns us the danger of the single story. She counsels that the true danger inherent in telling a story from only one perspective is that the single story creates stereotypes. And the problem with stereotypes is not that they are just untrue, but that they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story. Teaching about Africa from the perspectives of domination, poverty, and conflict has become a kind of shorthand for describing the continent and fails to recognize the importance of Africa's contribution to the world and world history. When one story becomes the only story, it can become the definitive story. And when that occurs in school, it denies students of the opportunity to learn the entirety of world history. It also deprives many students of the opportunity to see themselves as part of the complete story. That is why in May of this year, the New York State Board of Regents unanimously approved the first statewide diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. Our policy is designed to empower students from all backgrounds to visualize successful futures for themselves and provide them with a sense of belonging and heightened self-esteem. These benefits can lead to improved student achievement, which in turn can lead to better outcomes in other areas of their lives, including work and civic engagement. This is true regardless of the school's geographic location or demographic composition. Today's convening stands as a clear example of how school systems can create opportunities for all students to learn from multiple perspectives rather than the single story narrative. All students deserve to learn Africa's complete and accurate history, even when that complete story casts a critical light on nations that have long been celebrated. Underscoring Dr. E.B. Du Bois' words from his seminal work, The Freedom to Learn, we must insist upon this to give our children the fairness of a start, which will equip them with such an array of facts and such an attitude toward truth that they can have a real chance to judge the world as it is and what its greater minds have thought it might be. Thank you for your participation.
Well, thank you, Dr. Young, for those inspiring, warm, and generous closing remarks. Thank you, all of you who've participated. Those of you who have registered, on Monday, you will get an email from Cambridge University Press, which will give you a complimentary copy, courtesy of the African American Institute, of the acclaimed Reversing Sail, A History of the African Diaspora by Michael Gomez. You will also be getting a survey from us to get your comments that will help us prepare next year's conference, learning from your thoughts and the suggestions today. All the questions in the chat are being saved by our partner Globe Productions, and I and my colleagues will look at those and get back to people with source materials. Those materials will be posted on our website next week, as well as a full video of the entire conference. And we will also break it up into segments so that people can go to the sections that they want. The full Hansberry Society discussion will be available, as will be the highlights. I think this has been, for me, a wonderful few hours of just getting great information and wonderful observations and really interesting and engaging discussion. I'm really grateful for the level of engagement of the participants, just judging by the questions that were coming up in the chat. Please follow us on social media at AAI Africa. And thank you again, and look forward to staying in touch. Thanks. Bye-bye.